Not at all.
Morning, Mom.
Good morning.
How are you, sunshine?
Great.
We're at our favorite place, right?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
A great day.
Thank you, Mr. Mother. Yeah, but see, he's treating me well because I got him 3 years of So, see, so Dominic this weekend. 6 and 8, I hope they win. I put a little badge up in my dark car and I go raise my hand for my badge. It wasn't in 23, but there was a guy at the time. I've never had any trouble. We always show up.
If not, I'm not going
to. They've never given us that. I'm terribly sorry. And this one, not like the ranch. Okay, I'll let you. Yeah, if I have any trouble, I'll let you know.
hard to. Yeah, Friday night. Oh, yeah. No. We only put enough out for what's on the table. On the back. As we get prepared to begin our junior shows today, please join us in the playing of our national anthem. This time, we're ready to begin our two shows this morning. The Grand National Junior Holstein Show will be in the ring to my right. Pardon me, and at North American International Livestock Expo and the Ohio Dairy Expo. Eric has judged the World Dairy Expo in Madison, Wisconsin, the Eastern National Show in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the Southeastern National Show in Louisville, and the Southern National Show in Perry, Georgia. He has also judged several state shows, including Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio, as well as numerous district and county fairs. Eric is also a dairy nutritionist for Maria Stein Grain. Eric and his wife, Mary, have an 11-year-old daughter, Madeline, and a 3-year-old daughter, Mackenzie, and a 9-month-old son, Grant. Let's welcome Eric Topp to your Grand National Junior Holstein Show. In the Jersey Show, we need milking yearlings into the ring. Final call for entry number 33 of Grant Doyle of Missouri. Judging the All-American Junior Jersey Show today is Justin Burdett of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. With his wife Claire and his parents, he is a partner in Windy Knoll View Farm, known for breeding more than 70 winners or nominees for Holstein All-American or Junior All-American awards. Since 2011, he has judged 3 breed shows at the World Dairy Expo, those being the 2013 International Holstein Show, the 2012 International Red and White Show, and in 2011, the International Ayrshire Show. In 2012, Mr. Burdett also judged the European National Holstein Show in Italy. Chad Ryan of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin is the consultant judge for today's show. Chad and his wife Amy and their 2 sons, Dylan and Cameron, operate Ryan View Holsteins, an 80-cow herd of registered Holsteins. Chad has judged numerous state shows along with the Southern National Junior Holstein Show and a show in Mexico in 2012. Please give a warm round of applause to both our judges today for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. In the makeup areas at this time, for the jerseys, we need our class number 2 junior 2-year-old cows. Junior 2-year-old cows for the jerseys in the makeup area. And for the Holsteins, we need winter heifer calves in the makeup area. The All-American Junior Jersey Show is the largest single breed dairy cattle show for youth held in the world. This is the 62nd time that it has been produced by the American Jersey Cattle Association of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, and it is the 38th year that it has been staged here at the North American. The All-American Junior Jersey Show is a championship show. The first place animal in each class is designated by the American Jersey Cattle Association as the All-American of its age group for 2014. The second place animal earns Reserve All-American recognition. This year there are 239 Jersey cows and heifers checked in for the show, which when added to the previous 37 years makes 9,040 registered jerseys shown by Jersey youth in this ring. entry number 33 in class number 1 of our Jersey show, Milking Yearlings. This is your final call to the ring. Your class is entering the ring now. Assisting today with our junior dairy shows this morning in the All-American Junior Jersey Show, as well as the National Junior Holstein Show, our North American Dairy Show crew consists of Superintendent Dan Grigston of Stanford, Kentucky, our Junior Show Superintendent, Roger Sparrow. Roger is retired from the University of Kentucky Extension Service, and our Assistant Superintendent for Testing, Val Shields of Falmouth, Kentucky. In the makeup area, Wayne Kirby of Barberville, Kentucky, and Linda McClanahan of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. For our Junior Holstein Show, our clerks, Larry Metter of Glasgow, Kentucky, David Herbst of an extension agent and district director. Ring persons are Susan Spoonamore of the LRC staff at Frankfort, Kentucky, Brenda Strange, dairy cattle breeder of Scottsville, Kentucky. Makeup ring folks are Krista Perry, a 4-H agent down in Boone County, Kentucky, and Brandon Bell, an agricultural extension agent in Metcalfe County. Sampling coordinator is John Chisholm with the Kentucky Department of Ag. Attention exhibitors, all animals in production classes are subject to ultrasound testing and milk sample testing. The testing is pursuant to Kentucky law KRS 246 that deals with unethical practices used in regard to livestock and criminal penalties involved. In order to maintain the integrity of honest exhibition and presentation of dairy animals, the North American will continue the testing program at this year's show. In all cow classes, the first and second place cows will be required to be tested. Additional animals will be randomly selected within class for testing. Our show officials will present testing cards during the lineup to the entries to be tested. Please take your cow and card to the examination area on the ramp at the back of the makeup area following your class. If the cow will be shown in a championship or group class, you may wait until after that class has been completed. However, you do need to tell the ultrasound clerk that you will be coming back after those classes or picture taking. Here's a reminder as well to exhibitors, do not break the milk seal until the sampling crew tells you to do so. All cows selected are to be examined before leaving the show ring and before they are milked out. Failure to follow these requirements will cause disqualification for all of the exhibitors' entries. Each breed association has a representative that will assist with escorting the cow and the leader to the exam area. In addition, each association has a designated person serving on the North American Ethics Committee to the North American staff members. Again, final call for animals in our second classes to be in the makeup area. For the jerseys, that would be our junior 2-year-old cows should be in the makeup area. For the Holstein show, our winter heifer calves should be in the makeup area at this time. The All-American Junior Jersey Show depends upon the generous support of a large number of companies and jersey breeders. They'd like to take a few moments right now to recognize this year's major sponsors. A thank you goes out to Cows Match Jersey Blend, Land O'Lakes Animal Milk Products Company, which is the primary sponsor of Junior Jersey Day here at the North American. That support includes the blue shirts that every junior jersey exhibitor is wearing today. A special thank you to purchasers and consignors at the all-virtual National Heifer Sale held this past June in Alexandria, Virginia. 10% of the proceeds from this sale go to support AJCA youth development activities. This year, the National Heifer Sale generated nearly $23,000 for support of the National Jersey Youth Programs. Always important to the All-American Junior Jersey Show is the contribution from the Maurice E. Core Jersey Youth Fund. Murray was the first coordinator of the All-American Jersey Show and Sale when it was revived in 1958, retiring as executive secretary of your Jersey Association in 1993. If you haven't contributed your support of junior activities through a contribution to the Core Jersey Youth Fund, now is the time to do it. Stop by the AJCA booth on the main aisle near the Pot of Gold Sale Heifers and talk to a member of the staff. Again, we need winter heifer calf entries for the Holstein show in the makeup area. We need entry number 30, Josh Wakely. You and your animal need to be in the makeup ring, please. We need to take this opportunity to recognize the sponsors of a number of special awards being presented throughout the All-American Junior Jersey Show today. Each class winner in today's Junior Jersey Show receives a calf coat-sized Just For Jersey calves presented by Gen X Cooperative of Wisconsin. Custom-made leather halters will be presented to the best animal bred by exhibitor in each class by Dutch Hollow Farm, LLC of New York. The Best Udder Award in each Jersey cow class today is presented by Barless Jerseys, LLC of Janesville, Wisconsin. Waverly Farm, Clearbrook, Virginia, will present a plaque to the owner of the top producing cow, placing in the money in the following cow classes: senior 2-year-old, junior 3-year-old, senior 3-year-old, 4-year-old, and aged cow. The basis for this award is USDA yield deviation for pounds of protein. Sycamore Hill Farm and Gardens, owned by George and Karen Hanford of New York, will present a plaque to the owner of the animal in the individual heifer classes, plus the milking senior yearling and 2-year-old class, with the highest parent average of pounds protein per placing in the money for each individual class. The rules of the All-American Jersey Show require that professional pictures of all class winners and also all second-place animals be taken in the current show season. They need to be sent directly to the Jersey Journal in time for the January publication with a deadline of December 1. If you have any questions about picture policy, please visit the Jersey Journal, the editor Kim Billman, ringside, or after the show today. Streaming video from Freedom Hall today. Know a friend back home who is dying to see the show, tell him to log on to the North American website, www.livestockexpo.org, and select the Freedom Hall West Wing for live streaming video of today's All-American Junior Jersey Show. You can also follow the show on the U.S. Jersey and Jersey Journal Facebook pages. Complete class results will be posted throughout the show at usjersey.com. For our first class of the Holstein Junior Show, the Spring Heifer Calf class, first place in that class goes to entry number 16, Top Glen Winbrook Windstorm, shown by Shannon Akers of Wooster, Ohio. Second to entry number 20, Dream Prairie AFTSK Adidas, Anna Mosser of Dawesville, Michigan. And also in that class, the bred and owned winner in the Spring Heifer Calf class is entry number 26, Plainfield Ba BRKW Chrissy, shown by Ben Simpson and Alicia Thompson of Belmont, Ohio.
What a wonderful class to start this morning here in our National Junior Holstein Show. Just a beautiful heifer to start the class. You admire the balance that she has from end to end. She's extremely sharp and straight in her top line. She's a heifer you admire the correctness of feet and legs that she has as well. And that balance and that depth and openness of rib goes ahead of the real stylish heifer coming out in second. You admire the second place heifer. She's a heifer. You admire the straightness across the top line. She's extremely sharp and daring and angular. Just don't have the spring and depth and openness of rib to beat our first place heifer. But she is a heifer that walks on a beautiful set of feet and legs, and them feet and legs goes over the real stylish heifer coming out in third. You admire the third place heifer. She's extremely long from end to end. You admire the uphill run that she has. Just like to change her on them rear legs. Also like to clean her up in that tail head, make her a little sharper and dairy, but you love the size and scale and the stretch that she has. And she's a little longer from end to end, gives it a little more width when you get behind her over the real big, tall heifer coming out in fourth. You admire the fourth place heifer for that size and scale and the stretch she has. Just like to give her a little spring and a little more depth and openness rib to get her any higher in the class. But she goes over our white heifer and give her a little advantage. She's a little more sharper and angular and cleaner than our April heifer coming out in fifth. You admire the fifth place heifer for that size and scale for a heifer born in April. Just like to make her sharper and cleaner, widen her out in them pins to get her any higher in the class. But a nice group of junior calves all the way down from top to bottom.
this time, we'd like to have Wesley Blankenship of Tennessee to come to the Jersey ring for trophy presentation and pictures for Class 1, and also for Bill and Marion Barless jerseys, and a representative of Gen X Cooperative to come to the ring for a presentation picture. Today's sponsor of Class 1, the Milking Senior Yearling class in the All-American Junior Show, is the Tennessee Jersey Cattle Club. As Class 2 for our National Junior Holstein Show enters the ring, the winter heifer calf class, we're going to give the rest of the placings for the spring heifer calf class. In third place, we have entry number 22, Ruhul Bracco Margarita, shown by Elizabeth Gross of Mooresville, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry number 26, Ben Simpson and Alicia Thompson, Belmont, Ohio. 5 to entry 4, Megan and Greg Cornish of Northfield, Ohio. 6 to 284, Carly Krull of Lake Mills, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 15 to Morgan Stone and Morgan Amelia Taylor and William Stone of Hope, Indiana. 8th place to entry 18, Haley and Caleb Fisher and Austin Hood. 9 to entry 23, Kaylee James, LaGrange, Indiana. And 10 to 21, Tanner Top and Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top, New Bremen, Ohio. In the makeup area, we need junior 2-year-old cows for the Jersey Show. We need entry 48 of Olivia White of Indiana to the makeup area now. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Our first place animal in the first class, the milking yearling class, goes to entry number 12. Xanadu Combination Harriet, shown by George Kolpetzer of Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second to entry number 34 is Hawk Pond Lindcrest Divinity, shown by Tucker Peterson of Mountain Grove, Missouri.
Well, good morning. Really a nice group of milking yearlings here to start out with, and a few different shapes and sizes at the top of the class. And we did bounce them around a little bit, but when we get done here, the heifer that comes to the top of the class suits us the most. She's the most balanced, the most complete heifer in the class. Maybe not the largest, but she's so beautifully balanced. You love the open, deep sweep to the rib that she has, that tremendous mid-rib structure. A cow that when she moves around the ring, just handles herself on her hind legs a little nicer. I like her thorough placement a little better as you watch her move around the ring. And then you get to the beautiful mammary system. You'll have the capacity to the udder, the height, the width, the fullness to the top of the rear udder. Just a touch bit longer, a little more capacious in the fore udder than the real stylish heifer coming in second. Heifer in second, you love that frame that she has, the length from end to end. She really grabs your attention as she circles around the ring here. Just for us today, like to fill her out a little bit through her midsection, give her a little more milk right to the top of the rear udder, a little more capacity to get her over our first heifer. But she uses that advantage, just being fresh a little longer, a little more quality about her mammary system, a little more definition of the seam up the rear udder today than the recently fresh heifer in third. Heifer in third, you love that big frame that she has, the uphill run, the high chine. A heifer's got a tremendous rib. Just a little more youthful about the way she handles herself, just a little freer moving on her hind legs. I like the way she places her feet down as she moves around the ring. Over the winter yearling that we have coming out in fourth. Younger heifer coming in fourth, but you certainly admire the size and scale she has, a tremendous capacity to her mammary system. and she uses that advantage, just a little more width, a little more height right to the top of the rear udder than the real similar heifer coming in fifth. Heifer in fifth follows that pattern, just more capacity throughout, a little more bloom to her mammary system today than the real square-framed heifer we have in sixth.
The remaining placing in class number 1 milking yearlings, third place goes to entry number 27, shown by Kaylee Batchelor of Angola, Indiana. Forward to entry number 2, Garrett Bohr of Delhart, Texas. Fifth to entry 21, Emily Crittenden of Shattuck Landing, New York. Sixth place to entry 15, Peyton Fernandez of Tulare, California. And seventh to entry number 18, Lindsay Zettel of Dakota, Illinois.
Was in the ring wearing number 42. 42 was the red and white. It's not supposed to be in there, so Brenda just changed the number.
In our junior jersey show, we have class number 2, junior 2-year-old cows entering the ring. This is final call for entry number 48 of Olivia White of Indiana. Final call, your class is entering the ring. the makeup areas at this time, we need, for the Jersey show, we need class number 3, senior 2-year-old cows should be in the makeup area. Senior 2-year-old cows for the Jersey show should be in the makeup area. And we need class number 3, fall heifer calves for the Holstein show in the makeup area. Fall heifer calves for the makeup area for the Holstein show. Also, we want to announce that there are several activities going on today for the junior Jersey youth. At 4:30 this afternoon, the 57th Pot of Gold sale will get underway in New Market Hall. Every consignment to this year's sale is genotyped, and what a tremendous offering this is. Buyers can only be between the ages of 7 and 20 on January 1 of 2014, and will have the opportunity to compete in the Pot of Gold production contest in 2017. The Pot of Gold sale is presented for the 9th year by Cows Match Jersey Blend from Land O'Lakes Animal Milk Products Company. Stop by the Pot of Gold sale lineup on the main aisle and be in New Market Hall at 4:30. Final call in the makeup area for senior 2-year-old cows for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. Class number 3, final call to be in the makeup area. Also, final call to be in the makeup area for class number 3, fall heifer calves for the Grand National Junior Holstein Show. Class 3, fall heifer calves for the Holstein Show. Final call to be in the makeup area. We'd also like to have a representative of the North Carolina Jersey Breeders Association to come to the Jersey Ring in preparation for photo and trophy presentation. The sponsor of class number 2 today, our junior 2-year-old cow class, or junior 2-year-old class in the All-American Junior Jersey Show, is the North Carolina Jersey Breeders Association.
Hey Larry Mutter, we've got the entry number 95, it's supposed to be in class number 3, but it's listed on the sheet as red and they're not here, so you might look for that one.
He's on the way.
You didn't want
In the makeup area for the Holstein Show, we need entry number 63 out of the fall heifer calf class to be in the makeup area. Entry 63 of Cole Tyler and Michaela Indris of Wisconsin. We need to have your entry in the makeup area. This is final call to the makeup area for class number 3 of our All-American Junior Jersey Show. Senior 2-year-old cows. Final call to the makeup area. This is final call for class number 3 to the makeup area. Class number 3, entry number 63 of Cole Tyler and Michaela Indris of Wisconsin. Final call to be in the makeup area for that animal in the fall heifer calf class number 3 in the makeup area. For our class number 2, our first and second place winners in the winter heifer calf class for the Holstein Junior Show. First place goes to entry number 49, Zairview Absolute Dimples, Rosalie Zaire of Graymont, Illinois. The second place animal and also our bred and owned winner for this class is entry 48, Hill Pine B. Anya E.T., Ryan Lauber of Union Grove, Wisconsin.
Another beautiful class to start out our Holstein show. You admire this intermediate calf. She's extremely balanced from end to end. She's a heifer. You admire the straightness across the top line. She's a heifer walks out on a tremendous set of feet and legs, but she puts it all together in this class. She's a heifer. She's just got the complete package for me. She's extremely balanced from end to end, like I said. But she has that little more strength through that front end today than a real silky hided heifer coming out in second. You admire the second place heifer. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular. Admire the uphill run that she has. Just like to give her a little more strength, a little more width through that front end, but you admire the depth and openness of rib that she has and that style and balance that she has when she's out on the move. She goes ahead of the heifer coming out in third. I moved up a spot. This heifer, I just like to clean her up, make her a little sharper and dairy, especially in the pants today. Clean her up in the pins. Maybe change how she handles them rear legs. Admire the balance that this heifer has as well. And she goes ahead of the heifer in fourth on that depth and openness of rib. Also, I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little nicer and cleaner in that head and neck today than a real big, tall heifer coming out in fourth. You admire this fourth place heifer when she's out there. But when she gets in line, you just like to give her a little more drop, a little more depth and openness of rib to get her any higher in the class. But you admire the uphill run that she has. But I'm giving her an advantage. She's just a little bit longer from end to end than the real beautiful deep-bodied heifer coming out in fourth. You'd like to change this heifer coming out in fifth in that head and neck today. Give her a little more head carriage today to get her any higher in the class. But admire the depth and openness of rib. And I'm giving her an advantage over our sixth place heifer on that length of frame than the real stylish heifer coming out in sixth. You admire the sixth place heifer. Just like to make her a little wider in the pins to get her any higher in the class. But a nice group of calves all the way down from top to bottom.
For our junior two-year-old cow class for the Jersey show, our first place class winner was entry 73, Fair Vista Verbatim Sweet and Sassy, shown by Nick, Jenny, Ben, and Andy Sauter of Tremont, Illinois. Second place to 67, Top View Lowe's GP Debutante, Keaton Top of Botkins, Ohio. We also need entry number 99 in the makeup area in the senior two-year-old cow class for the Jerseys, entry 99 of Stephen Westmore.
Well, really a nice group of junior two-year-old cows here, and these top 6 come right to the top of the class. They're quite a nice group of animals, and our first pair of cows here come handily to the top of the class. Just a beautifully balanced cow to start the class, a cow that's got that beautiful uphill run, that high chiseled chine, that beautiful sweep into her rib. Give her advantage today. She's just a touch bit cleaner from head to tail. She's got a little more spring to her fore and rear rib when you view her from the front and the rear. And a cow that's just got a touch more capacity right to the top of her rear udder. Taking nothing away from the lovely framed heifer in second. You love the youthfulness that she has, that real similar frame, the uphill run, the length from end. Just recently fresh, about 45 days. Just needs a touch more time. Get a little more capacity back to her midsection. Just let her teats settle in under her udder a touch bit more, but a heifer you really love. She's got a great future ahead of her, and she uses that advantage. Just a little more zip about her frame the whole way through over the real capacious cow coming out here in third. Cow in third, you love that tremendous dairy capacity that she has. A cow that excels in dairy strength. She's got beautiful width through her muzzle, through her chest floor, the whole way back through her hooks and pins. A cow that when she moves around the ring, she's just a little more level from her hooks to pins. Just tracks out a little nicer on her feet and legs than the real youthful cow we have following here in fourth. Cow in fourth, you love the mammary system. You get behind her, she's got that high, wide rear udder, the tremendous capacity through the rear and forequarters. And a cow that uses that advantage, just a little more top to her rear udder, a little snugger about her attachments, the way they go right into the top of her thigh, than the real lovely framed cow coming in fifth. Cow in fifth, just a little dairier from end in here, a little nicer about the way she's cleaned off over her shoulder, a little nicer dairy sweep to her rib. Just has a little more advantage and bloom and capacity to her udder today over the cow that's been fresh a long time coming in sixth. Cow in six follows that pattern, a big lovely frame. You love the strength and capacity. Just like to see her calved out again and back in bloom today to move her up the line. But really a nice group of junior two-year-old cows.
Rounding out the placing on class number 2 of our Holstein Junior Show, first and second have already been read. Third place goes to entry 52, Tanner Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top of New Bremen, Ohio. Fourth place to 40, Michaela and Hayden King of West Liberty, Ohio. Fifth place to 59, Bree and Molly Russell of Noblick, Kentucky. 6 to 38, Walker and Carter, Walker and Carter and Moore and Beekman of Omaha, Nebraska. 7 to 30, Josh Wakely of Rockford, Illinois. 8 to 35, Tanner, Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top, New Bremen, Ohio. 9th place to 43, Kaylee Godwin of Daleville, Indiana. And 10th place to 53, Holly Wakely of Rock, Illinois. For the All-American Jersey Junior Show, in class number 2, the final placings in that junior 2-year-old class. Third place went to entry 64, J.C. Batchelor, Angola, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 59, Ethan Graybill, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to 63, Lane Batchelor, Angola, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 75, Grant Fremstead of Westby, Wisconsin. 7 to 72, Ellie Graybill, Freeport, Illinois. 8th to entry 70, Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. 9 to 47, Megan Skiba of Cambridge, Minnesota. And 10th to entry 50, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois. In the ring at this time, we have Class 3 for both breeds. We have Class 3 for the All-American Junior Jersey Show, which is senior 2-year-old cows. We have Class 3 which for the Grand National Junior Holstein Show, which is fall heifer calves. We need Class 4 for both breeds in the makeup area. Class 4 for the Holsteins is the summer yearling heifer class. They need to be in the makeup area. And Class 4 for the All-American Junior Jersey Show is junior 3-year-old cows. Both need to be in the makeup area at this time. Again, in the makeup area, we need Class 4 for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. 3-year-old cows should be in the makeup area. Also, for the Holsteins, we need Class 4 summer yearling heifers in the makeup area. Over in the Jersey ring, we are currently judging our Class 3 senior 2-year-old cows. Again, we need junior 3-year-old cows in the makeup area. Following that class, we will show intermediate champion female and reserve class before we go on to the senior portion of the show. So intermediate champion will follow class number 4, junior 3-year-old cows. Final call to have the following classes in the makeup area for the Jersey Show. We need junior 3-year-old cows in the makeup area. Final call to be in the makeup area. For the Holsteins, we need Class 4 summer yearling heifers to be in the makeup area. Again, final call for those two breeds to be in the makeup areas. Again, we want to remind all of our exhibitors of champions and reserve champions that we do need to get photos of you and your animal. Those pictures of all champions and reserve champions are posted to the North American website. It is very, very important that all champion and reserve champion owners take their animals to the photo area immediately after showing them, not at the end of the show. Also, we're very proud to welcome our official media partner, RFD TV, America's first 24-hour network serving the needs and interests of rural America. To find out more about where you can watch their quality programming, go to rfdtv.com. Also, we want to remind you that the Junior Show champion cows compete for the Junior Show Supreme Champion Cow banner and a check for $2,000. In addition, the Junior Show Supreme Champion Heifer winner takes home a check for $500. These competitions will be held on Sunday, November the 9th. The Kentucky Dairy Development Council sponsors the Junior Show Supreme Contest. Dairy farmers, multiple allied industries, and professional advisory supporters work together as the Kentucky Dairy Development Council to sustain and grow Kentucky's dairy industry. Well, we're not sure. Were they dead?
We just eliminated the microphone line. They can talk all they want there.
Looking for Holstein entry number 101.
We need Holstein entry 101 for class number 4 to be in the makeup area. 101 shown by Rosalie Zier. You need to have that animal in the makeup area at this time for class number 4, summer yearling heifers. We'd like to have Joe and Carrie Stanek to come to the Jersey ring for a trophy presentation and picture in preparation for this Class 3 that's in the ring. The sponsor of today's senior 2-year-old class in the All-American Junior Jersey Show is Joe and Carrie Stanek of Golden Hill Genetics, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. For our class number 3, the fall heifer class for the Holstein show, our class winner is entry number 67, Weaverhoff Clark Kalin, shown by Emily and Victoria Deem of Sugar Creek, Ohio. Second place to entry 84, Rockledge TTT Lucy E.T., Kyle and Christopher Acne of East Liberty, Ohio. And number 90 was our bred and owned class winner, Miss Culver, GMJ Dusk Maddie Jeremy Penrod Natalie, and Peyton Newman of Culver, Indiana.
Well, another terrific class here in our Holstein show, but we got a heifer that comes to the top of the class fairly easy for me today. She's a heifer you admire the balance that this heifer has. She's a heifer you admire the hardness across the top. Heifer didn't handle real well when she came in, but she's a heifer you admire the balance, the correctness, and she's got the straight lines that I like to see, and the heifer also tracks out on a beautiful set of feet and legs. She goes ahead of the heifer coming out in second. The second place heifer, she's maybe a heifer, maybe just like to make her a little nicer in that head and neck today, but when you get her behind her, she follows her first place heifer. She has that depth and openness of rib. She's a heifer extremely hard across her top, and the heifer has that beautiful set of feet and legs to follow our first place heifer. She goes ahead of the heifer in third. I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little cleaner in the pins today than a real big stylish heifer coming out in third. You admire the speckled heifer. She's a heifer. She is sharp and dairy in that shoulder today. Just like to clean her up in the pins as well. Maybe change how she handles them rear legs to get ahead of the two heifers above her. But she does have that depth and openness and spring of rib, length of frame today to go ahead of the heifer coming out in fourth. The fourth place heifer, she's a really stylish heifer when she gets out there and handles. You admire the hardness across the top. She's extremely balanced from end to end. Just like you give her a little more rear flank to get her any higher in the class. But I'm going to give her an advantage over our fifth place heifer. A little straighter on her rear legs today, a little more correct all the way through. Also, I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little stronger in her loin today. But the fifth over sixth, I'm giving her an advantage just a little more straighter and correcter all the way through. Also giving a little more length of frame than a real stylish black heifer coming out in sixth. But a nice group of senior calves in our Holstein show.
In the final placings for our class number 3 of fall heifer calves, third place goes to entry 71, Tanner, Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top, New Bremen, Ohio. 4 to 82, Kyle McGuire of West Liberty, Ohio. 5 to 288, Lauren Whitehead, Conway, Missouri. Sixth place to entry 90, Jeremy Penrod and Natalie and Peyton Newman, Culver, Indiana. 7 to 70, Julia Lipley of Plymouth, Indiana. Eighth place to 88, Megan and Greg Cornish, Northfield, Ohio. 9 to 73, Brian Himes of Lisbon, Ohio. And 10th place to 94, Mark and Mark Jones of Loretto, Kentucky. Entering the ring for our Grand National Junior Holstein Show is class number 4, our summer yearling heifer class. In the makeup area, we need to have class 5 spring yearling heifers in the makeup area for the Holsteins. Class 5 spring yearling heifers in the makeup area for the Holstein Show. For the Jersey show, we have our class number 3 senior 2-year-olds are in the ring. All junior 3-year-olds, class number 4, should be in the makeup area. Following that class, we will show for intermediate champion and reserve intermediate champion female. So we'll need the class winners of classes 1 through 4 and second place animals to be ringside and ready for that class as class 4 enters the ring. Exhibitors, we need Holstein, class number 5, spring yearling heifers to the makeup ring. We only have 7 in the class ahead of you, so you need to be in the makeup ring now. Class number 5, spring yearling heifers to the makeup ring now, please. Class number 3, our senior 2-year-old cow class for the Junior Jersey Show. Our class winner is entry 118, Aragon Pat a Cake, shown by Matthew Richards and Morgan's Jerseys of Urbana, Ohio. Second place to 93, Hardaway Kamerka Prissy, shown by Grant Doyle of Halfway, Missouri.
Really a nice group of senior 2-year-old cows here, and these top 3 cows get to the top of the class. They're all second calvers. They wear beautiful mammary systems. And the cow we're going to start with here, just a real stylish cow. A cow you love the size and scale she has, the big uphill run, a tremendous rib structure to her. A cow that when she moves around the ring, she really grabs your attention. You just love that lift through the front end. A cow that when you view her from the side, you like the snugness to the udder attachments, the length, the capacity of the forudder, and the way the rear udder blends right up into the top of the thigh there. Just a really nice balanced cow. And she has that advantage, just a touch more capacity through her midsection than a real straight line cow coming out here in second. Cow in second, real similar frame, extremely stylish as she moves around the ring. You love the length she has from end to end, the tremendous dairy quality that she possesses. A cow for me today, just a little longer about her forudder, a little more extension right down at the bottom of the forudder, the way it goes into the body wall, than a real tremendous frame cow in third. Cow in third, you certainly love that tremendous capacity that she has. A cow for us has a lot of dairy strength, that width the whole way through. You love the venation to the sides of the udder. Just maybe like to make her a little longer and smoother in the forudder attachment to move her up the line today. But she uses that advantage, having that overall maturity of having calved twice here, just a little more capacity throughout, a little more capacity through her frame and her udder over the recently fresh heifer coming in fourth. Cow in fourth, just about 35 days fresh. She's a real young framed individual. You love the snugness to her attachments, the way she moves on her feet and legs. Just a little more height and width and capacity right to the top of the rear udder. A little freer moving on her hind legs than the real dairy frame cow we have following in fifth. Cow in fifth, you love the tremendous mammary system, giving her advantage today in her snugness of attachments. Just a little more level from the fore to rear quarters today than a real outstanding frame cow we have following in sixth.
Entering the ring at this time is our class number 4. Jersey Junior 3-year-old cows are entering the ring now. In the makeup area, we'll need our class winners and second place animals of classes 1 through 3. That's entry number 12 and 34, entry number 73 and 67, and entries number 118 and 93 in the makeup area, please. Rounding out the placings of class number 3, our senior 2-year-olds from the Jersey show. Third place goes to Austin Seeley of Portage, Wisconsin. 4 to George Kolpetzer of Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 83, Mary Ron of Sargent, Nebraska. 6 to entry 92, Kayla Washaw of Cecil, Wisconsin. 7 to 104, Aaron Williams, McConnellsville, Ohio. 8 to 97, Allie Jones, Glasgow, Kentucky. 9 to 96, Grant Doyle, Halfway, Missouri. And 10 to 115, Carter Settles of Clayton, Indiana. Final call for Holsteins in class number 5, the Spring Yearling Heifers. Final call, Holstein Class 5 Spring Yearling Heifers to the makeup area. Also, final call in the makeup area for animals in our intermediate championship and reserve championship drive. Those would be animals 12 and 34 from class 1, 73 and 67 from class 2, and 118 and 93 from class 3 in the makeup area, please.
Can we get a final call for Jersey Junior 3, entries 152 and 150, their classes in the ring?
In class number 4, our Jersey Junior 3-year-olds, we have 2 entries that are missing. Your class is in the ring. For our Class 4 of the Holstein Show, the Summer Yearling Heifer class, first place and our born and raised and owned class winner is entry 98, Class L Winterbrook Sally, Lucas Moser of Dawesville, Michigan. Second place to 106, MS Deb Goldchip, Dalla ET, shown by Alec Kruger of Wrightstown, Wisconsin.
Another nice class here in our summer yearling class, and I made a switch here at the end. The heifer I'm starting out, I just think she has a little more balance from end to end. I love the openness of rib that she has. She likes how the head comes out of her neck a little nicer than the real tall heifer coming out in second. I admire this second place heifer for her size and scale and sharpness and daringness, the angularity that she has. She's not quite as nice through the rear legs today. Also, I don't like how that head comes out of the neck, but you admire the uphill run, the size and the scale that she has. But she does like to change her on them rear legs, have her a little more depth and a little more openness for rib to follow our first place heifer. She does have an advantage. She's a little neater about her tail head setting today. I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little more longer from end to end. Also gives me a little more sharpness and daringness, the angularity. Third over fourth, just mostly on correctness of feet and legs. Just a little straighter on her rear legs. Handles her hock a little nicer as well. We admire the black heifer coming out in fourth for that depth and openness of rib. And that depth and openness and spring and width throughout goes ahead of the real stylish heifer coming out in fifth. You admire the fifth place heifer for that straightness across the top line. She does have that uphill run. Just like to give her a little more rear flank to get her any higher in the class. But she does have that correctness all the way through to follow over our 6th place heifer. But a nice group of heifers in our summer yearling class.
Rounding out the placing in class number 4 of our Holstein show, the summer yearling heifers, 3rd place goes to entry 109, Connor Sutton, Sun City, Florida. 4 to 101, Rosalie Zare of Graymont, Illinois. 5 to 100, Nugent and Burkhardt of Lowell, Michigan. 6 to 103, Kaylee Godwin and Caitlin and Jessica McMahon of Daleville, Indiana. 7 to entry number 107, Christina Drindle of Hampshire, Illinois. Again, we have entering the ring class number 5, summer yearling heifers. Summer yearling heifers for the Holsteins. To the makeup area, Holstein class 6, winter yearling heifers need to be in the makeup area. Again, we have spring yearling heifers entering the ring now for the Holstein show. We need winter yearling heifers in the makeup area. Again, we want to remind you, junior exhibitors, that all animals in production classes are subject to ultrasound testing and milk sample testing. The testing is pursuant to Kentucky law KRS 246 that deals with unethical practices used in regard to livestock and criminal penalties involved. In order to maintain the integrity of honest exhibition and presentation of dairy animals, the North American will continue the testing program at this year's show. In all cow classes, the first and second place cows will be required to be tested. Additional animals may be randomly selected within class for testing. Our show officials will present testing cards during the lineup to the entries that will be tested. Please take your cow and the card to the examination area on the ramp at the back of the makeup area following your class. If that cow will be shown in a championship or group class, you may wait until after that class has been completed. However, you do need to tell the ultrasound clerk that you will be coming back after those classes or picture taking. Remember, do not break the milk seal until the sampling crew tells you to do so. All cows selected are to be examined before leaving the show ring and before they are milked out. Failure to follow these requirements will cause disqualification for all of the exhibitors' entries. Each breed association has a representative that will assist you with escorting the cow and their leader to the examination area. In addition, each association has a designated person serving on the North American Ethics Committee to the North American staff members.
Larry, all the whole teams are here in class 5. We got one out of order that came in late, but they're all here.
Here you go, Elizabeth.
For our Jersey show, in the makeup area, we do need to not only have those class winners of classes 1 through 3, but also we need to have class number 7, senior 3-year-old cows, coming to the makeup area as well at this time. Final call to have winter yearling heifers for the Holsteins in the makeup area. Final call, winter yearling heifers, class 6 to the makeup area for the Holstein show. Again, we also need class 7 Class 7 senior 3-year-old cows for the Jersey Show in the makeup area, along with those class winners and second place animals of classes 1, 2, and 3 in the makeup area for the Jersey Show at this time. In class number 4 of our Jersey Show, junior 3-year-olds, first place goes to entry 135. Rakedale Action Survivor E.T. Skylar Raggard of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry number 143, BRJ Action Lexington Jeanette Nate Smith of Chester, South Carolina. Class 4 is sponsored today by the Indiana Jersey Cattle Club, and we'd ask for a representative of the Indiana Jersey Cattle Club to come to the Jersey Ring for a trophy presentation and picture.
Well, really, an outstanding class of junior 3-year-old cows here. Not the largest class, but before we talk about them, certainly a class we need to make a little bit of noise, recognize the whole class here. Just really an outstanding class, and let's give them a nice round of applause. the whole group of cows in here, they spill milk from their nose to their tail. They've got tremendous mammary systems. And when you get these top 6 cows here, they're just lovely uddered cows. They got tremendous capacity. They're well balanced. They've got dairy strength. And that's what our cow that starts, she just excels in that balance from end to end. She's as sweet as can be as she moves around the ring. She's balanced from her fore rib back into her rear flank. You love the drop to the fore and the rear rib, the tremendous mammary system, the length, the extension of the foreudder, the capacity she possesses in her fore and rear quarters, and you just love the overall capacity she has to her frame. She uses that advantage up through the width of her front end, width of her muzzle and chest over the ultra dairy cow coming in second. Cow in second, a cow, she's hard to take your eyes off of. You love the mammary system, that high, wide rear udder she has. She's full right to the top of the rear udder, the beautiful long foreudder. A cow that's just ultra dairy from end to end. She spells milk for me the whole way through. And she uses that advantage, just more capacity to her mammary system, a little stronger about her attachments than the real lovely frame cow coming in third. Cow in third, you love that size and scale she possesses. She uses that advantage in her overall length from end to end, just being a little longer the whole way through, a little taller at the point of shoulder, and just a little more length from hooks to pins over the real similar cows coming here in fourth and fifth. Cows in fourth and fifth are lovely pair of cows. You love the tremendous capacity they have. Our fourth place cow just uses that advantage in her rear udder. She's a little fuller and wider right to the top of the rear udder, carries her seam a little higher right to the top of the rear udder than a real similar cow coming in fifth. Cow in fifth, just a ultra balanced side view cow. You love the uphill run, the big drop and the sweep to her rib that she has, and she uses that advantage just a little more complete the whole way through, a little more balanced from front to rear over the lovely uddered cow coming in sixth. Cow in sixth, a cow you love that tremendous high, wide rear udder, the excellent venation she has on her fore udder. Just like to give her a little more fore and rear rib to move her up the line today, but certainly a lovely uddered cow to follow along.
Completing the placing and results on that class, number 4, junior 3-year-old Jersey cows. Third place goes to entry 128, Kyle McGuire, West Liberty, Ohio. 4 to 136, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois. 5 to 131, Trent Kilgus, Fairbury, Illinois. 6 to 144, Maxwell Chittenden of Shattuck Landing, New York. 7 to 138, Lane Batchelor, Angola, Indiana. 8 to 151, Ellie Graybill, Freeport, Illinois. 9 to 41, Hayden Rickard of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 132, J.T. Limmerman of Galloway, Ohio. For our Holstein class, number 5, spring yearling heifers, first place to entry 135, Leaview Attic Alley, shown by Bodie Griffin of Union Bridge, Maryland. Second to 131, Hardy's Winbrook Lexi E.T. Lucas Moser of Dawesville, Michigan. Our our bred and owned winner was our class winner, 135, shown by Bodie Griffin. Over on the Jersey ring, we're now showing intermediate champion female and reserve intermediate champion female. In the makeup area, we need to have class number 7, senior 3-year-old cows, to the makeup area. We'd like to have a representative of Thomas and Renee McCauley, Yosemite Jersey Dairy. We'd also ask that Carrie Stanek, chair of the Junior Activities Committee, AJCA Executive Secretary Neil Smith, and AJCA President Chris Sorensen to come down ringside in preparation for presentation of awards for this intermediate championship class. The intermediate champion female trophy for that class is presented by Thomas and Renee McCauley of Lowell, Michigan. The reserve champion trophy presented by Yosemite Jersey Dairy of Hilmar, California, and they present that trophy as well. Again, We ask that Class 7 senior 3-year-old cows be in the makeup area now for the Jersey show.
He's got his hands full.
Yeah, yeah.
What a beautiful heifer to start our spring yearling class. You admire the balance that this heifer has. She's a heifer. You admire the style and the show ring presence that this heifer has. She's got that beautiful uphill run. Extremely stylish, sharp and clean. You love the head carriage on this heifer, but also a heifer who walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs. She goes ahead of the heifer in second, kind of follows in that pattern. Maybe not as open depth and openness of rear rib today to follow our first place heifer. Not as neat about her tail head setting, but you admire the sharpness of shoulder that she has. The heifer walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs, and that goes ahead of the heifer in third. She's a little longer in her head and neck today. She also gives me a little more sharpness and daringness, the angularity and cleanliness over our beautiful deep-ribbed heifer coming out in third. You admire this third-place heifer. You admire the depth and openness of rib that she has. She's extremely hard across her top. Just like to make her longer and cleaner in that head and neck today and sharper up all the way through. But she has that openness and depth and openness of rib today. Gives me a little more length, gives me a little more width throughout over the beautiful stylish heifer coming out in fourth. You admire this fourth-place heifer. Just a heifer, I'd like to see her a little neater about that tail head setting today and clean her up in that head and neck as well. But she goes ahead of the heifer in fifth on that depth and openness and spring and length of frame today over the real stylish heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over sixth, I'm giving advantage a little stronger in her top line today. Gives them a little more cleanliness throughout, especially through that head and neck today, than the real nice balanced heifer coming out in seventh. But a nice group of heifers all the way down.
For class number 5 of our Holstein show, spring yearling heifers, the remaining placings of that class. Third place to 129, Mariah Goggin of Greenville, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 134, Caden Gibson and Jordan Elmore of Eminence, Kentucky. 5 to 115, Caitlin Cox and Haley Sabra Rachel Jackson of Greenville, Indiana. Sixth place to 117, Kelsey Schilling of Bogstown, Indiana. Seventh place to 121, Connor Sutton, Sun City, Florida. 8 to 128, Emily and Victoria Deem of Sugar Creek, Ohio. 9 to 111, Jeremy Pidrod and Natalie and Peyton Newman of Culver, Indiana. And 10 to 119, Emma Matthews, New Vienna, Ohio. Now in the ring, we have class number 6, winter yearling heifers. Winter yearling heifers are entering the ring. In the makeup area, we need class 7, fall yearling heifers in the makeup area. Fall yearling heifers, class 7 for the Holsteins in the makeup area. Also, final call for class 7, senior 3-year-old cows for the All-American Jersey Junior show should be in the makeup area. Class 7, senior 3-year-old cows, final call to the makeup area.
Well, in our Jersey ring here this morning, we've had an outstanding junior cow show, starting with our milking yearlings right through our junior 3-year-olds. We had strong classes. We've got great first and second place cows back out here, and we kind of lined them up a little bit catty corner so everybody could get a good view from the stands here. And I told Mr. Mosier, they're such a nice group, I didn't want to separate any of them. I wanted everybody to get a good view at them because they're cows that they'll come back again for Monday, and they're going to be quite high in their classes as well. And it's not the easiest decision today, as they are such a nice uniform group. They're lovely uddered cows. They got good feet and legs. They got those good dairy strong frames. But for me and Chad, we've got to pick an intermediate, a reserve, and an honorable mention. And I'm going to walk out now, and I'm going to pick them in that order. And when I do pick them, receive them with a nice round of applause. It's an outstanding group, and it's been a beautiful young cow show. So we'll get an intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention.
Thank you.
In the makeup area at this time, we do need those Class 7 Jersey Animal Senior 3-year-old cows. We need entries 161, 154, and 177. You're missing from the makeup area. Your class is ready to enter the ring.
For our intermediate champion today, we're going to go with our junior 3-year-old cow. That was an extremely strong class, and she's just such a beautiful balanced cow. You give her the advantage today of being a second calver. She wears her udder so well. She's just so lovely framed from end to end. She's a complete package for us, and quite an easy decision to make her the intermediate champion today. Taking nothing away from that beautiful junior 2-year-old cow. Cow, you love the open, dairy, stylish frame that she has, a tremendous capacity. She uses that advantage in her overall capacity today over our second place junior 3 that'll be your honorable mention. Our second place junior 3, a lovely uddered cow. You love the dairiness she possesses. Just like to give her a little more width up through the front end to move her over to junior 2 today. But 3 outstanding cows, and give them one more nice round of applause. An outstanding group.
Our intermediate champion female for the All-American Junior Jersey Show goes to entry number 135 out of our junior 3-year-old class. That is Reichdale Action Survivor E.T., Skylar Reichard of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. The reserve intermediate goes to our class winner out of Class 2, the junior 2-year-old cow class, entry number 73, Ben Suter of Tremont, Illinois, with Fair Vista, Verbatim, Sweet and Sassy. Our honorable mention goes to entry 143, also out of the same class as our champion, the junior 3-year-old cow class. Second in that class, shown by Nate Smith of Chester, South Carolina, on BRJ Action Lexington Jeanette N10.
Class 7 Holstein, we need entry 156 and 165.
In the makeup area for our Holsteins, we need Class 7. Class 7 fall yearling heifers should be in the makeup area. We need entries 156 and 165 to the makeup area. Final call. In class number 7 of the Jersey Show, senior 3-year-old cows, final call, entry 161 of Aaron Williams. Final call, your class is entering the ring. Final call for Class 7 to be in the makeup area for the Holstein Show. Class 7 fall yearling heifers. Final call. Placings on our class of Holstein winter yearlings. Class number 6. First place goes to entry 141, Velvet View Vixen. shown by Logan and Wyatt Schlack of Big Prairie, Ohio. Second to 138, Raider Asteroid Sugar Free, shown by Shelby Raider of Connet Lake, Pennsylvania. The first place in the bred and owned portion goes to entry 146, Class L&E Fever Chloe, shown by Lucas and Eric Moser of Dawesville, Michigan.
Another outstanding class here on our Holstein show. But the heifer that wins the class, she's a heifer you admire the size and scale, but she's a heifer you admire the sharpness and dairy and angularity that she has. When you get up beside her, you admire the length of frame that she has. When you get behind her, she's got plenty of width. She's an extremely stylish heifer when she's out in the move. I'm giving her an advantage. She's so much more longer in her head and neck today, longer throughout. Also, I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little nicer in her rear legs today. Heifer coming out in second, you admire the depth and openness of rib that she has. She's a heifer you like to change how she handles them rear legs. She hocks in a little bit for me today, but I also like to make her longer and cleaner in that head and neck today, but you love the depth and openness of rib that she has. She goes ahead of the heifer in third on that sharpness and dariness, the angularity, a little more drop, a little more sweep to her rib than the real big, tall, powerful white heifer coming out in third. You admire the third place heifer. She's extremely straight in her lines. You admire the hardness across the top. Heifer walks on a beautiful set of feet and legs. But you just like to clean her up, make her a little sharper and dairy, especially through that head and neck today. I'm giving her an advantage over the heifer coming out in fourth on correctness of feet and legs today. Holds herself together a little nicer across that top line over our heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little more depth, a little more balance from end to end. Gives me a little more width when you get behind her than the real stylish heifer coming out in fifth. But a nice group of winner yearlings in our Holstein show.
Let me hear that sheet back. We want 4 and 5 in there instead of 5 and 6.
Placing on the winter yearling heifer class to finish out those placings. Third place went to entry 142, Maggie Donovan of Petersburg, Tennessee. 4 to 148, Victoria and Emily Deem and Clay Hirschberger of Sugar Creek, Ohio. And 5 to 146, Lucas and Eric Moser, Dawesville, Michigan. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of our Junior Holstein show, class 7 fall yearling heifers. In the makeup area, we do need to have our animals that were in the first and second place of classes 1 through 7. That would be entry number 16 and 20, 49 and 48, 6, 7, and 84, 98 and 106, 135 and 131, and 141 and 138.
Hey, Larry? Larry? Yes.
Do we want to show that junior champion weren't bred and owned before the overall champion?
Yes.
So I need to call those first?
Yes.
Okay. There's only a few of them that aren't in the first two.
Here's the only animals that can come back under this line over here.
The last line.
Last line is the ones. It's all animals.
26, 48, 26, 48, 90, 98, 135, and 146.
We also need the first place bred and owned class winners from those 7 classes as well. Those will show before we do our junior champion for the Holstein. So we need entries 26, 48, 90, 98, 135, and 146 in the makeup area first. You'll show, and then we'll do our junior champion and reserve junior champion. Again, those numbers, 26, 48, 90, 98, 135, and 146 to the makeup area, please. For our Jersey show, we have class 7 senior 3-year-old cows in the ring. In the makeup area at this time, we need class 8 4-year-old cows to the makeup area. Jersey 4-year-old cows, class number 8 to the makeup area now.
7.
Jersey made what was the count?
For class number 7 of our Junior Holstein show, our class winner is 165 Milk Score Braxton Amy E.T., shown by Brandon, Kirsten, Katie, Keen, and Wolf Shug of Wooster, Ohio. Second to entry 156 Weaverhoff Dusk Jim, shown by Emily and Victoria Deem of Sugar Creek, Ohio. And our bred and owned class winner is 164 Drindle PM Murphy Magic, shown by Christina Drindle of Hampshire, Illinois.
Another nice class here in our senior yearling class. But the heifer I'm starting out with, she's extremely sharp and daring and angular. The heifer is going to be calving here in the next few weeks. You admire the sharpness of shoulder that she has. You admire the depth and openness of rib. But also a heifer, you admire the correctness of feet and legs, the best foot and leg heifer in the class. She goes ahead of the real stylish heifer coming out in second. You admire the second place heifer. She's extremely straight in her lines. You admire the straightness across the top line. Just a heifer don't have the drop and spring and openness of rib. When you get behind her, she don't have the width and the pins today. It's just especially not as sharp and clean, but you admire the hardness across the top. She's a little neater about her tail head setting than the heifer coming out in third. The black heifer, you admire the size and scale, the length of frame that this heifer has. Just like the heifer, a little neater about that tail head setting. I'm giving her an advantage. She has a little more style, unbalance, and correctness of feet and legs than the real big, tall, white heifer coming out in fourth. You admire the fourth place heifer for that power and strength that she has. You admire the straightness across the top line. I'm giving her an advantage over our fifth place heifer. A little nicer in the rump today. Give her a little more advantage. She's got depth in fore and rear rib today than the real stylish heifer coming out in fifth. But a nice group in our senior yearling class.
Rounding out the placing in class number 7 of our Holstein show, third place goes to entry 163, Amelia and Morgan Stone of Hope, Indiana. 4 to 152, Emma Matthews, New Vienna, Ohio. And 5 and our bred and owned class winner, 164, Christina Drindle of Hampshire, Illinois. We're now ready to show for our junior champion bred and owned class. We have entries 26, 48, 90, 98, 135, and 146 and 164 in the ring at this time. In the makeup area, we do need our class winners and second place animals of classes 1 through 7. That would be entries 16 and 20, 49, 48, 67, 84, 98, 106, 135 and 131, 141 and 138, 165 and 156 in the makeup area. We need entry 48 and entry 90 in the ring to show for this bred and owned class. 48 and 90, that'd be out of the winter heifer calf class and the fall heifer calf class. Those two need to be in the ring at this time.
So you said that you had done a different curve for setting something up
I'd say they would come back because they were at the top of
Makeup area for the jerseys, we need entries in class number 8. Our 4-year-old cow class should be in the makeup area now.
Out here in our best bred known class, we had great class winners, and every one of these heifers were right there. And actually, the two I pulled out here were both class winners today. But today, for best bred known, this spring yearling does it for me today. You admire the hardness across the top. She's extremely stylish. Heifer walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. You love the sharpness and daringness, the angularity. Just a little more heifer today than our beautiful white heifer that is second in our best bred known. You heifer born in August. You admire the straightness of lines that she has to follow our first place heifer. Maybe just not as long from end to end, maybe not as neat about her tail head setting. But you love the depth and openness rib that she has to follow our best bred known winner. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause for our best bred known out here in this class.
Junior champion best bred known class winner is out of class number 5, the spring yearling heifer class, entry 135, Leaview Attic Alley, shown by Bodie Griffin of Union Bridge, Maryland. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion female, with those class winners and second place animals from classes 1 through 7 in the ring, please. As they enter the ring, please have in the makeup area class 11, milking yearling heifers in the makeup area. Class 11, milking yearling heifers to the makeup area for the Holsteins. Final call for the Jersey class, number 8, 4-year-old cows to be in the makeup area. Final call, 4-year-old cows, class number 8 for the Jersey show to be in the makeup area.
As Kelly does, Peter Cole is going to be here from the Holstein show Monday.
Final call for class number 11, milking yearling heifers for the Holstein show to be in the makeup area. Final call, class 11, milking yearling heifers for the Holstein show to be in the makeup area. We also would like to have a representative of the Wisconsin Junior Jersey Breeders Association to come to the Jersey ring for trophy presentation. The sponsor of today's senior 3-year-old class in the All-American Junior Jersey Show, class number 7, is the Wisconsin Junior Jersey Breeders Association. For our junior jersey show today, the All-American Junior Jersey Show depends upon generous support of a large number of companies and jersey breeders. They'd like to take a few moments right now to recognize this year's major sponsors. Thank you to Cows Match, Jersey Blend, Land O'Lakes Animal Milk Products Company, which is the primary sponsor of the Junior Jersey Day here at the North American. That support includes the blue shirts that every one of the junior jersey exhibitors are wearing today. A special thank you to purchasers and consignors at the all-virtual National Heifer Sale held this past June in Alexandria, Virginia. 10% of the proceeds from this annual sale go to support AJCA youth development. This year, the National Heifer Sale generated nearly $23,000 for support of the National Junior Youth programs. Always important to the All-American Junior Jersey Show is the contribution from the Maurice E. Core Jersey Youth Fund. Murray was the first coordinator of the All-American Jersey Show and Sale when it was revived in 1958. He retired as the executive secretary of the Jersey Association in '93. So if you haven't contributed your support for the junior activities through a contribution to the Core Junior Jersey Fund, now's the time to do it. Stop by the AJCA booth on the main aisle near the Pot of Gold sale heifers and talk to members of that staff. On our class that we're finishing up right now, class number 7, senior 3-year-olds, our first place winner was 135. Reichdale Action Survivor ET, this isn't right, was 177. Hawk Pond Rosecrans Maddie, shown by Nick, Jenny, Ben, and Andy Sauter of Tremont, Illinois. Second place to entry 158, Saybrook Minister Sawyer ET, Patrick Yost of Ridgely, Maryland.
Well, another real outstanding class here in our senior 3-year-olds, and right down the line, just beautiful dairy frame cows. And we got 3 cows that come right to the head of the class for us quite handily today. And they're extremely outstanding individuals. And it's just, they're separated by hairs. But today, the cow we're going to end up and start with, she is a cow that's on her 3rd calf, a cow. You love that beautiful mammary system, the way she carries that udder high and wide above her hocks there. You love the beautiful veination to the foreudder. Just carries her teats a little nicer under her udder. I like the placement of the teats, just a little square on the fore and the rear teat quarters today, and just a little more quality right up through the top of the rear udder. And the lovely frame cow coming in second. Cow in first also just uses that advantage, a touch bit derrier through the head and neck. She gives you a little more natural open look out across her rib structure there. And the real ultra square frame cow in second. Cow in second, you love that strength and width she possesses. A cow that just excels the class in her overall frame. You love the height, the width, the capacity of the rear udder. A cow for us today that just uses that advantage in her overall capacity capacity over another third calver coming out here in third. Cow in third, just a logical cow. She falls right into place. You love that straight line frame she has. She's dairy from her nose to her tail. You love the beautiful rear udder, the height, the width, the capacity that she has. And she uses that advantage and that ultra dairiness and capacity over the real nice frame cow coming in fourth. Cow in fourth, just a beautifully balanced cow. A cow you love the feet and legs, the way she moves around the ring. A cow that doesn't really have a whole winner today. Just like to see her calved out again. A little more bloom and cleaned off some to move on up the line. But she uses that advantage in her blending of parts just a little smoother the whole way through. And the real capacious cow coming out here in fifth. Cow in fifth, you love the quality. She has a tremendous capacity. The height and the width that she possesses to the rear udder. The capacity she has to her mid for fore and rear rib here, and just uses that advantage just a little fuller the whole way through, and a real similar cow coming along in sixth.
Yeah. Well, we've had a terrific Holstein heifer show, and I pulled 5 heifers. I think them sort themselves out here for me. Heifers exhibit balance from end to end. They have that sharpness and dairiness, the angularity, but most of all, heifers walk out with tremendous set of feet and legs with great breed character as well. But let's give all these young men and women a beautiful round of applause for a tremendous, great heifer show they put on this morning. I'm going to go out and I'm going to tap my junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention, and I'll come back and give my reasons, but it's been a terrific heifer show. Well, it's rather easy for me out here for junior champion. This intermediate calf hasn't given me a bad look all day. She's a heifer, exhibits balance from end to end. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular, but she's also the heifer walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs, and the best foot and leg heifer in the, out here today. For reserve, it gets a little closer placement. I'm going to follow with a heifer who's a little sharper and dairy and angular. We're going to follow with that spring yearling. You admire the uphill run. Maybe just not as correct on them rear legs today to follow to beat our junior champion, but you admire the balance that this heifer has, the sharpness and dairiness, the angularity. She's a little cleaner in her thigh and a little neater about her tail head setting than the beautiful senior calf for honorable mention. You admire the senior calf. If she handles a little bit better, I think she can catch these too, but she's a heifer you like to clean her up on that head and neck today, have her a little neater about her tail head setting, but 3 beautiful heifers out here for junior, reserve, and honorable mention. Let's give these champions another nice round of applause.
Our junior champion for the Holsteins went to entry number 49 out of the winter class, class number 2, the winter heifer class. Entry 49 is Zairview Absolute Dimples, shown by Rosalie Zaire of Graymont, Illinois. The reserve junior champion to entry 135 out of the spring yearling heifer class, class number 5. 135 was also our junior champion, born, bred, and owned. 135, Lee View Attic Alley, Bodie Griffin, Union Bridge, Maryland. Honorable mention went to entry number 67 from the fall heifer calf class, fall heifer class, entry class number 3. 67 was Weaverhoff Clark Kaylee, shown by Emily and Victoria Deem, Sugar Creek, Ohio. Now ready in the ring for class 11, milking yearling heifers for the Holsteins. In the makeup area, we need class 12, junior 2-year-old cows. Junior 2-year-old cows to the makeup area, class number 12. For our Jersey show, We just finished up class number 7. In the ring is class number 4, our 4-year-old cow class. In the makeup area, we should have class number 9, 5-year-old cows in the makeup area. Rounding out the placing in class number 7 of our Jersey show, senior 3-year-olds. Third place went to entry 170, Trent Kilgass of Fairbury, Illinois. 4 to 175, Tab French, Newberry, South Carolina. 5 to 162, Ethan Graybill, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 160, Tucker Peterson, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 7th place to 165, Morgan Batchelor, Angola, Indiana. 8 to 178, Danielle Danielson of Troy, Ohio. 9 to 155, Grant Frimstead of Westby, Wisconsin. And 10 to 156, Kyle Vandersfeld of Lawton, Pennsylvania. Holstein exhibitors, final call for entries in class 12 to be in the makeup area. Those are junior 2-year-old cows. Final call to have those in the makeup area for your junior Holstein show. Also, we need our class of 4-year-old cows are in the ring for the Jersey show. We need class 9, 5-year-old cows in the makeup ring at this time. Holstein Class 11 milking yearling heifers, first place. Best udder goes to 172 RJR Sid 3273 ET. Connor Erbson of Lanark, Illinois. Second place to entry 176 Welsh Edge Atwood Realty ET. Mariah Goggin of Greenville, Illinois. Third and first in the bred and owned division goes to Ms. Lynn Crest H. Bach Faithful, shown by Taylor Leach and Annie Holton of Linwood, Kansas. And fourth to 177 Lila Sloan, Davis, Illinois.
Well, if you milk cows for a living, you take all four of these and, build your herd with them. I think great cows with great mammary systems. How far our breed has come. All these cows just calved here in the last 60 days. But the cow we're starting out with, she's a cow you admire the style and balance that she has. She's also the best udder cow in the class. When you get behind her, you admire the high, wide rear udder attachment she has. She has the snugness of fore udder attachment. But she's also the cow that has a tremendous set of feet and legs as well. That's what goes ahead of the cow in second. I'm giving her advantage. She's a little nicer and freer moving today on her feet and legs over the real beautiful wide rear udder cow coming out in second. She has a little more style when she's out on the move today. Also, I'm giving her advantage. She's a little snugger in her fore udder attachment. Second over third, I'm giving her advantage. So much more height and width and capacity all the way through. It gives me a little more uphill run, a little more front end today over the real stylish cow coming out in third. You admire the third place cow. Not just recently fresh. Don't have the height and width of rear udder to compete with our first two cows. But she does have the advantage, depth and openness, spring of rib, a little more drop of fore and rear rib than the real high, wide rear udder cow coming out in fourth. You admire this fourth place cow, another cow just recently fresh. Just needs time to rib down, but an incredible mammary system on her as well. But a nice group of milking yearlings in our Holstein show.
For the Holsteins, entering the ring is class number 12, junior 2-year-old cows. In the makeup area, we need class 13. Senior 2-year-old cows should be in the makeup area. For our Jersey show, we have class 8 in the ring. Class 8 is in the ring. That's our 4-year-old cow class. We need class 5, or pardon me, class 9, 5-year-old cows should be in the makeup area, please. Also, at the end of the show ring, we ask that a representative of the Ohio Jersey Breeders Association come to the Jersey ring for trophy presentation preparation for class number 8. The sponsor of today's 4-year-old class in the All-American Junior Jersey Show is the Ohio Jersey Breeders Association.
Hear me? Are you tailgating? Good. Big crowd? Huh?
Final call for class number 13 of our Holstein show, senior 2-year-old cows to the makeup area. Final call for entry number 232 in class number 9 for the Jersey show, 232. Placing on the top 2 for our class number 8 4-year-old class of the Junior Jersey show. First place goes to entry 191, Painside Gigi Got Milk, shown by Andy, Ben, Jenny, Nick Sauter of Tremont, Illinois. Second place to entry number 212, Alim Action Winsome, 33421, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois.
Well, real nice group of 4-year-old cows here, and again, right down the line, just real high-quality cows the whole way through, beautiful mammary systems, great feet and legs, and really a nice, powerful cow to come to the top of the class. A cow that excels the class in that size and scale, that length from end to end. She's got a little bit more of that uphill run, just a little more length from end to end when you get her lined up here with the rest of the cows. And when you view her coming at her from the front and the rear angle, you love that tremendous midsection. The big barrel that she has to drop to her fore and her rear rib. A cow you can lay your hand right in between her ribs, just has that beautiful dairy strength about her. We did make the cow coming out here in second, our best uddered cow, a cow we love the udder on. She's a 4th calver. You like the height and the width to the top of the rear udder. Cow that carries her seam a little nicer up the back of her rear udder, just displays the halvings of her udder a little nicer. prefer the way the front teats are sized, shaped, and placed on her forwarder over her first cow, but just like to give her a little more length from end to end, maybe put her up in the air a touch bit more to give her over our first cow, but just a lovely uddered cow here in second. Cow in second uses that advantage and that tremendous mammary system and capacity the whole way through over the real youthful cow we have following out here in third. Cow in third, a cow you love from the side view. You love that length that she has from end to end, the beautiful dairy quality, the length and the extension to the forwarder. Just a little more smoother cow the whole way through. Gives you a little more of that side view eye appeal that you like to see. And we give her the advantage, just a little more capacity in her mammary system over the real strong frame cow we have coming in fourth. Cow in fourth, another cow, you love the big uphill run, the width that she has through the chest floor. When you get her in line, she's just a little wider from the hooks to pins, carries the height and the width and the fullness right to the top of the rear udder. A little bit nicer than a real similar pair of cows coming here in fifth and sixth. Cows in fifth and sixth, real long frame cows that got dairy quality the whole way through. Just like to give them a little more capacity when you get right behind them, especially up through the top of the rear udders to move them up higher today.
In class number 8, rounding out the placing of those 4-year-old cows for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. Third place goes to entry 186, shown by Nina Koster of Wapak, Ohio. 4 to entry 210, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois. 5 to entry 203, Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. 6 to 190, Tab French, Newberry, South Carolina. 7 to 209, George Kulpetzer of Greenville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 211, Katrina Watson, Perkins, Oklahoma. 9 to 218, Grant Dole of Halfway, Missouri. And 10 to 199, Dylan Ellenberg of Morristown, Tennessee. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 9 of the Jerseys, 5-year-old cows. Please have Class 10, cows 6 years and over in the makeup area. Final call in the makeup area for our class of Holstein senior 2-year-old cows in the makeup area. Final call, Class 13, senior 2-year-old cows in the makeup area. All animals in production classes are subject to ultrasound testing and milk sample testing. The testing is pursuant to Kentucky Law KRS 246, and that law deals with unethical practices used in regard to livestock and the criminal penalties involved. In order to maintain the integrity of honest exhibition and presentation of dairy animals, the North American will continue the testing program at this year's show. In all cow classes, the first and second place cows will be required to be tested. Additional animals may be randomly selected within class for testing. Our show officials will present testing cards during the lineup to the entries to be tested. Please take your cow and that card to the examination area on the ramp at the back of the makeup area following your class. If the cow will be shown in a championship or group class, you may wait until that class is over before being taken to the testing. However, you need to tell the ultrasound clerk that you will be coming back after those classes or picture taking. Remember, do not break the milk seal until the sampling crew tells you to do so. All cows selected are to be examined before leaving the show ring and before they are milked out. Failure to follow these requirements will cause disqualification for all of the exhibitors' entries. Each breed association has a representative that will assist with escorting the cow and the leader to the exam area. In addition, each association has a designated person serving on the North American Ethics Committee to the North American staff members.
Go ahead. Guys, get a little operator. Anything
Jersey exhibitors, there's very few animals in this class number 9, the 5-year-old class. With only 5 in there, you need to have class 10, your cows 6 years of age and over, in the makeup area. Final call to the makeup area for class 10. Entry number 203 in the Holstein show, and class number 13, this is your final call as well to the makeup area. For our junior 2-year-old class of Holsteins, first place goes to entry number 187, Leeview Sanchez Dynamite, Jordan Griffin, Union Bridge, Maryland. And that is also our first place bred and owned winner in this class. Second in the class to entry number 290, Clacto RH Crazy Eyes, shown by Rachel Jackson, Sabra Haley, and Jacob Wall of Greenfield, Indiana.
Got her. Got her.
Susan, there's lunches already.
Wow. Are you going to
Hot lunch.
Another terrific class here in our Holstein show, here in our junior 2-year-old class. This white cow comes to the top of the class. She's a cow you admire the mammary system. She is the best udder cow in the class for me. You admire the uphill run that she has. She's a cow that walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs. But when you get behind her, you admire the high, wide rear udder attachment. She got the snugness of fore udder attachment. You love the veining on this cow. But she also has that straightness across the top line. She goes ahead of the cow in second. The cow in second, I moved up, so I think she follows the pattern. She got a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder to follow our first place cow. She's not as neat about her tail head setting today. She's not as sharp and clean as her winning cow, but you admire the mammary system on her as well. Cow coming out in third, I told this young lady, a cow, you admire this cow. I think she has a bright future ahead of her. The cow been milking since March. Still has that sharpness for a cow that's been milking that long. A beautiful side profile cow. When you get behind her, she don't have the height and width at the top of the rear udder to compete with our first 2 cows. Be admire the balance that this cow has. She's a little nicer on her feet and legs today over the cow coming out in fourth. The cow in fourth is the youngest cow in the class. The heifer born in July. Just been recently fresh here. Amazing mammary system on her as well. Just like to change how she handles them rear legs and give her a little more depth and openness to rib. But she has so much more stretch and length throughout. When you get behind her, she has a little more height and width over our beautiful, stylish cow coming out in fifth. You admire the black cow for the snugness attachments that she has. Just like to see a little bit more of her, and maybe have them teats set up underneath that fore udder a little nicer. But you admire this cow for that hardness across the top and the balance that she has. I'm giving her an advantage over our 6th place cow. Just a little more balance and a little more correct all the way through than the real big, tall heifer coming out in sixth. But a nice group of 2-year-olds in our Holstein show.
On class 9 of our 5-year-old cow class for the Jersey show, first place goes to entry 228, Jacob Morgan of Urbana, Ohio, with Harmony Corners Fozzie ET. Second place goes to entry 232, Little Portion Ray Jingle, JC Bachelor, Angola, Indiana.
Well, not the biggest 5-year-old class here, but really a nice cow here to start the class and a nice cows to follow down the line. Cow we're going to start with here is on her 4th calf, been fresh right out of year, a cow that still displays that beautiful dairy quality. She's got that tremendous sweep through her rib. A cow, you love the youthfulness of her frame. She carries her udder high above the hocks. You love the bloom and capacity she has, the height and the width of the rear udder, and just a little longer about her fore udder attachment, just a little longer frame cow the whole way through than the real square frame cow we have coming in second. Cow in second, you love the tremendous dairy capacity that she has, the width through the chest floor. the big barrel that she possesses. A cow, when you get behind her, you love the height and the width and the bloom to the rear udder, and she uses that advantage in her capacity of mammary system over her fifth calf cow coming out here in third. Cow in third, you love the youthfulness of her mammary system, carries her udder a little higher above the hocks than the other cows in the class. Just like to give her a little more bloom today, a little more capacity right up through the top of the rear udder. But she uses that advantage in her overall youthfulness over another fifth calver coming out here in fourth. Cow in fourth, you love the tremendous dairy quality, that ultra dairy frame. And she just carries a little more bloom the whole way through her mammary system, just a little more width to her rear udder than a real youthful cow we have following in fifth.
Rounding out the results from our Class 12 Holstein Junior 2-year-old cows, third place goes to 188, Morgan Beatty of McDonald, Tennessee. Forward, 180, Cole Indris, Cole, Tyler, and Michaela Indris of Lodi, Wisconsin. 5 to 186, Christopher Hill, Fountain City, Indiana. 6 to 185, Olivia Telgman of Strasburg, Illinois. 7 to 183, Morgan Sagasser of Shelbyville, Kentucky. 8 to 184, Brianna Minson of Belmont, Wisconsin. 9 to 178, Emma Matthews, New Vienna, Ohio. And 10 to 189, Michaela Ash and Seth Hedgepeth of Greensburg, Kentucky. On the class number 9, 5-year-old cows for the Jersey show, rounding out those placings, third place went to entry 234, Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. 4 to 124, Olivia Pearson of Lincolnton, North Carolina. And 5th to 219, Olivia White, Newcastle, Indiana. Now entering the ring is our 6-year-old and over cows. Class number 10 entering the ring. In the makeup area, we do need to have cows from classes 7, 8, and 9 that place first and second. Those animals are 177 and 158, 191 and 212, 228 and 232. Those should be in the makeup area at this time. Also, making your way to the makeup area, please have animals in class 17, junior heifer calf. We also need animals in class number 14 for the Holstein show, junior 3-year-olds in the makeup area. Final call to have those class 14 junior 3-year-olds in the makeup area. $248 and $250. $248 and $250 in the Jersey show are scratches. I don't know what class it is.
10.
Say class 10, age gap.
6 years.
Okay. 248 and 250. Dairy exhibitors, we want to remind you of the show schedule for today. At 1:30 today, the Mideast Fall Red and White Junior Show will be held here, 1:30. 3:30, the National Ayrshire Junior Show. And then at 4 o'clock, the Southeastern National Brown Swiss Junior Show. Again, 1:30 will be the Red and White Show. 3:30, the Ayrshire Show, and 4 o'clock, the Brown Swiss Show. For our class number 13, our Holstein 2-year-old cow class, first place goes to entry 198, MS Symphony Willie Apple, shown by Eric Wombley of Rockvale, Tennessee. Second to 197, Beatty View Fever Revive RC, Justin Beatty, McDonald, Tennessee.
Another terrific class here in our Holstein show. Your cow I'm starting out with, She's a Cow, just puts a whole complete package for me today. You admire the balance that this cow has. When you get behind her, she's got the best udder cow in the class. You admire the high, wide rear udder attachment. You admire the straightness across the top line. But you admire the snugness of fore udder attachment she has, and a cow that walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs. She has a little more strength through that front end today than a real silky heighted cow coming out in second. You admire the second place cow, another beautiful side profile. You admire the snugness of fore udder attachment. When you get behind her, I'd like to have her a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder, but I'd like to give her a little more strength through that front end today. But admire the balance that this cow has. She goes ahead of the cow in third on a little more definition of seam, especially in the rear udder today. I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little more dariness, a little more cleanliness throughout. I'm giving her an advantage. She's a little neater about her tail head sitting today than the real big, tall heifer, young 2-year-old coming out in third. You admire this third place cow, tremendous frame cow. Just like to have a little more definition of seam, a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder. But you admire the correctness of feet and legs today over our cow coming out in fourth. The cow in fourth has been milking here for some time. Just like to see a little more quality mammary system, snuggling her up in that fore udder attachment, a little more height at the top of the rear udder, but a nice group of cows in our senior 2-year-old class.
Rounding out the placing in the senior 2-year-old cow class for the Holsteins, class 13, third place to 196, Jeff Coster and Kenton Carpenter, Earth, Texas. Fourth to entry 205, Carissa and Lindy Mercer and S&D Boggard of Bryant, Indiana. Entering the ring, we have class 14, our 3-year-old cow class. There's only 3 entries, so we need class 15, senior 3-year-old cows. In the makeup area, Holstein senior 3-year-old cows, class 15, should be in the makeup area. There are only 3 animals in the class ahead of you, so please make your way to the makeup area now. For the Jersey show, we're now with class number 10 in the ring, 6-year-old and over cows. Your next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion. So in the makeup area, we should have 177 and 158, 191 and 212, 228 and 232.
Got one more shot, but it's not like
possible, but not probable. Or maybe I have to get it. Whatever.
Grand champion.
For the jerseys in the makeup area at this time, we do need to have our intermediate champion and reserve intermediate champion making their way to that makeup area. 135 and 73, please be making your way up in preparation to show for grand champion and reserve grand champion female. Again, this is final call for class number 15, Holstein, senior 3-year-old cows. We need entry 229, 233, and 289. Final call to the makeup area for animals in class 15 of the Holsteins. That's senior 3-year-old cows. Placing on our junior 3-year-old cow class, class 14 of the Junior Holstein Show, first to 286, Centera Tamra Patrick, shown by Abriana Eartham of Cassville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 212, Tulu Aspen Candy, shown by Morgan Stone, Amelia Taylor, and William Stone of Hope, Indiana.
Here in our 3-year-old class, the cow starting out, what a tremendous frame cow. You admire the cow. She has that size and scale stretch from end to end. But she also had that snugness of forudder attachment. You love the veining on this mammary. When you get behind her, she has plenty of height and width the rear udder as well. Cow coming out in second, just been recently fresh here. Just needs a little more time to clean up. Don't have the height and width at the top of the rear udder today. Also don't have the size and scale stretch and the width throughout. But you admire the second place cow, another beautiful side profile cow. You admire the sharpness and dariness, the angularity that she does have for just being recently fresh. She goes ahead of the cow in third. She's a little snugger in her attachment. She's snugger in her forudder attachment. She also, when you get behind her, she's got a little more height and width at the top of rear udder than a real silky hided cow coming out in third. You admire the third place cow. Just like to give her a little more strength through that front end. I think, give this cow another 60 days to put a little more condition on, and she'll snug it up in them, especially that forudder. But just like to give her a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder as well. But nice group of 3-year-olds.
Placing on the first two in class number 10 of our Jersey show. Class 10 is our cows 6 years of age and over. First to 245, shown by Jody Williams of McConnellsville, Ohio, with Family Hill Camarkia Flame ET. Second to entry 252, Ben Sauter, Tremont, Illinois, with Pine Haven SSM Marmy.
well, not the largest class here in our age cow class, but really a nice group of cows here. And what a beautifully balanced cow we have to start the class. A cow that's so youthful, but yes, she's got that capacity the whole way through. A cow you love the length from end to end, the beautiful quality that she possesses. She's got that nice dairy open hide. She's got that quality from her head through her neck back to her tail. And then you get to the mammary system. Just wears her udder a little snugger for us today. We prefer the attachments. We prefer the way the teats sit more squarely on the udder. Just a little nicer size, shape, and placement over the real large frame cow coming in second. Cow in second. A cow you can't deny the tremendous frame that she has, the size and scale, the tremendous capacity. A cow for us just handles herself a little nicer on her hind legs, especially down through the foot in her pasturing today than the third cow. Taking nothing away from the beautiful third cow. The cow, you love that tremendous quality. We prefer her touch bit in her mammary system just on the teat size and placement. Just a little more quality about her rear udder, but just not quite as much cow the whole way through to move over the second cow. But she uses that advantage and more calvings over a real open frame cow coming out here in fourth. Cow in fourth, you love the size and scale, the tremendous frame she has, the tremendous drop and spring to her fore and rear rib. And a cow that just gets out here, handles herself a little nicer, carries herself a little more level from hooks to pins, a little stronger through the loin there than the real dairy pair of cows following next in class.
Placing on class number 14 of our Holstein show, the junior 3-year-old cow class. Finishing out the placing, third place went to Darren Mueller of Tampa, Kansas. For the class 10, our cows 6 years of age and over for the junior Jersey show, finishing out their placing, third place to 253 Tab French, Newberry, South Carolina. 4 to entry 239 Lane Gruey of Quincy, Ohio. 5 to 249 Madison Moyer of Caro, Michigan. And 6 to entry 247 Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. At this time, we will be showing our senior champion and reserve senior champion female for the jerseys. We'd also like to ask for a representative of Kathy Hill Farms and Rick and Lori Brewer to come to the ring for presentation of senior championship awards. The senior champion female, the trophy for that, is being sponsored and presented by the Jackass Caffey family of Tennessee. The reserve award by Rick and Lori Brewer and family of Tennessee as well. Also at this time, we'd like to call for representatives of Bachelor Farm and Ron and Christy Ratliff to come to the ring for presentations of our overall championship trophies. Also, we'd like to have Carrie Stanek, chair of the Junior Activities Committee, AJCA Executive Secretary Neil Smith, and AJCA President Chris Sorensen. The Grand Champion female trophy that we'll present later is sponsored by Steve and Linda Batchelor and family, Angola, Indiana. And the North American International Livestock Expo awards 500 to the owner of the Grand Champion. The Maurice E. Core Award from the American Jersey Cattle Association matches the North American award, making the total cash award being presented today to your Jersey champion of $1,000. For Reserve Grand Champion female, Ron and Christy Ratliff, Garnet, Kansas, will present the trophy to the Reserve Champion. Also, our Best Bred and Owned by Exhibitor Award, we'd like to have the Chittenden family representative come to the ring for a presentation of the trophy for Class 15, Best Bred and Owned in the All-American Junior Jersey Show.
198, 197.
We have a couple of others. The Premier Performance Cow Award. At the start of that class, we will announce for those folks to come as well that'll be presenting those awards. Quite a list of individuals that we'll need then. In the makeup area for the Holsteins, we do need our class winners and second place animals of classes 11, 12, 13, and 14. That's animals 172 and 176, 187 and 190, 198 and 197, and 286 and 212 to the makeup area.
Thanks. Bye. Sorry.
This is final call for our intermediate champion and reserve intermediate champion females for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. Entries 135 and 173 to be in the makeup area, please. Jersey exhibitors, if you're planning to show in the Premier Performance class, you do need to be making your way to the show ring in the makeup area. The Premier Performance class need to be making your way to the makeup area in the show arena at this time.
Well, before we pick our senior champion here in our Jersey ring, I want to ask the crowd here to give all the juniors a nice round of applause for the way they brought these cows out. I know that getting them ready today and maybe again tomorrow for the jug or for Monday's not the easiest thing, but they've certainly got them ready to the best of their ability. The cows look tremendous. Their udders are full, their bellies are full, and we've really had just an outstanding cow show the whole way through today, especially these senior cow classes. Some of them weren't their largest, but they had tremendous quality in them. And when you get these cows paired back up out here, we didn't single any out because that's an awful nice rear view if you're sitting in the crowd. And if you don't want to take some of these home and milk them, then you probably don't need to be sitting up in the stands watching the show today, because they are just beautiful rear-uddered cows. They're tremendous uddered cows. And it's going to be an extremely close placing for your grand or senior reserve and honorable mention. But I think they pair up nice, and I'm going to go out and select them in that order. So we'll recognize your senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention, and then when we select them, receive them with another great round of applause. We love the pair of 3-year-olds today. We don't want to separate them. They're cows that aren't exactly duplicate copies of each other, but they're cows that are extreme each in their own right. And our senior champion, a third calver, you love the beautiful udder that she has, a tremendous dairy quality to her frame. She's just ripping dairy from end to end. And then our reserve senior champion, the second place senior 3, a cow you certainly admire that tremendous dairy strength, the power she possesses the whole way through. A cow that's so large yet handles herself so freely on her feet and legs. And when you get her in line here, we just prefer her and her mammary system. Just a little snugger about her forward attachment, a little nicer about the halvings of her rear udder today and the way she carries her seam. Over our 4-year-old, it'll be your honorable mention. But 3 outstanding cows. Congratulations to all the juniors involved.
The senior champion goes to entry 177, first place out of Class 7, senior 3-year-old cow, Hawk Pond Rosecrans Maddie, shown by Ben Sauter of Tremont, Illinois. The reserve was second place out of that Class 7, entry 158, Saybrook Minister Sawyer E.T., Patrick Yos, Ridgely, Maryland. Our honorable mention came from class number 8, 4-year-old cows, entry 191, Ben Sauter, Tremont, Illinois, with Painside GG Got Milk. For our Holstein Class 15, senior 3-year-old class, first place to a 237, Clover Hill Farm ATWD, Angela E.T., Brett and Austin Woker, and Brett Woker and Austin Featherston, Greenville, Illinois. Second to 234, Butler View After April E.T., Ryan Lauber of Union Grove, Wisconsin. And the first in the bred and owned goes to 236, Charla Don Schulte Luan, E.T., shown by Jessica Telgman of Strasburg, Illinois.
What a terrific class here in our senior 3-year-olds. We got 2 cows that it's a rather close placing for me today, and today my preference is that the first place cow handles herself a little nicer on her feet and legs today. She holds herself together a little nicer, especially in the crops. But a cow that has a high, wide rear udder attachment, you admire the definition of seam. I'm giving her advantage. She's a little deeper in her seam as well. Second place cow, what an amazing dairy cow. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular. Just a cow I like to, like I said, change her there in the crops. Also have to get a little more definition of seam at the rear udder. But you admire the cow for that sharpness and dairiness, the angularity. She's a cow I'd like to handle, change how she handles them rear legs as well. She's a cow, just kind of patterns out there, but you admire the mammary system that she does have. She's a little snugger in her forudder attachment, gives me a little more height and width of her attachment over the really beautiful, well-balanced cow and coming out in third. You admire the third place cow. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular. She has that beautiful uphill run. Cow coming out in fourth just needs a little more time. Like to give her a little more height and width of rear udder to compete with our first 3 cows, but she has an amazing mammary system as well. She goes ahead of the cow in 5th, just recently fresh here. Just needs a little more time to get a little more middle, a little more drop to her rib. Also give her a little more height and width at the top of the rear to compete with our top 4 cows. But a beautiful group of cows here in this 3-year-old class.
Exhibitors and fitters, we want to remind you of rule number 35 in the premium handbook. Rule 35 says aerosol spray cans are banned from both the show ring and the makeup ring. This will be enforced. Finishing out the placings of Class 15 Holstein Senior 3-year-old cows, 3rd place to 242. Elizabeth Brittany Hill of Bristol, Vermont, 4 to 289. Lauren Whitehead, Conway, Missouri, 5 to 236. Jessica Telgman, Strasburg, Illinois, and 6th place to entry 229, Carbon Schoen of Oak Ridge, Missouri.
This is ready to do.
Why don't you let him get done with these grand champions, get all that done, and then you can
Do the test spread.
Again, Jersey exhibitors, if you're going to show in the premier production performance class, you need to be getting to the makeup area now. If you're planning to show in the premier performance cow class, that is a walkout, you'll need to be in the makeup area now.
Okay. Yep.
In our Jersey junior show ring here, we've brought our intermediate champions back in with our senior champions. And when you get behind them and you look at them, those are five mighty fine cows. You got to go a lot of miles and spend a lot of time looking to see 5 cows like that. And it certainly says a lot about the quality of the junior show we've had so far today. And let's give all 5 of these an extremely nice round of applause and wish them the best of luck the rest of the week. And when you get them back out here, as much as we love our intermediate champion cows, that beautiful udder junior 3, you just love her udder, and our junior 2-year-old, they're cows that have great futures ahead of them, and that's exactly how we're going to leave it today. We're going to let them have great futures ahead of them, and we're going to stay with our senior champions as your grand reserve and honorable mention. Congratulations, fellas. Those are 3 real outstanding cows.
Our overall grand champion female for the All-American Junior Jersey Show goes to entry 177, our senior champion, out of class number 7, the senior 3-year-old cow. Ben Sauter is the exhibitor from Tremont, Illinois, with Hawk Pond Rosecrans Maddie. The reserve grand champion, 2nd place in that same senior 3-year-old cow class, number 7. Entry 158, Saybrook Minister Sawyer, E.T., shown by Patrick Yost of Ridgely, Maryland. Also, the winner of our best bred known by exhibitor class is Saybrook Minister Sawyer, E.T., the reserve senior champion and just judged the reserve grand champion. That one shown by Patrick Yost of Ridgely, Maryland. We are now ready for Premier Performance Cow Class. Premier Performance Cow Class is your next class to come into the ring. Please have Class 17 of the Jersey Show, Junior Heifer Calves, ringside and ready in the makeup area.
I don't know how this plays into what you would say or announce, but the animals that are shown in the premiere actually qualify from the
Sound reasonable.
notified. So they don't just, you know what?
Okay.
So I think we're good, but
The animals that qualified for that Premier Performance class qualified through their regular classes, and they were notified out in the ring. So you know who you are. Those are the ones that need to come out. We do want to have Corey and Bridget Lutz, David Indris, a representative of Gabby Jersey Farm, and Jeff Sigler, or Herbie Lutz of Select Sires, to come to the ring in preparation for awards during this or at the conclusion of this Premier Performance Cow class. We also ask for members of the Charles Steer family to come to the ring too for trophy presentation. The Premier Performance Cow Award recognizes cows based on their total performance. Only cows placing in the top 50% of their respective class are eligible for this award. It's based on placing in the class, rank for genetic merit, AJCA Jersey Performance Index, and rank for production based on USDA yield deviation. The top 2 Premier Performance cows from each class will be led out in a class to rank the winner. Any cow failing to show in the lead-out class will forfeit the class premium. The winning Premier Performance cow will receive $500 and a trophy, both sponsored by Piedmont Jerseys, owned by Corey and Bridget Lutz of North Carolina. Second place will receive $250, sponsored by Indris Jazzy Jerseys, the David Indris family of Lodi, Wisconsin. The third place winner will receive a check for $125, sponsored by Gabby Jersey Farm of Greenville, Tennessee, and the rest of the class will each receive a certificate and $75 award sponsored by Select Sires Incorporated, Plain City, Ohio.
Well, it's been a terrific Holstein show. We had our milking yearlings all the way out to our 3-year-olds out here for intermediate champion. I pulled 4 cows I think that are extra special, have a bright future going ahead of them. Our first and second prize milking yearling, 2 cows with incredible mammary systems. They're sharp, they're dairy and angular, but also cows will walk with tremendous set of feet and legs. And then our first and second prize senior 3-year-olds that just came out of the last class, cows with terrific mammary system as well. They also have that beautiful breed character as well. I'm going to go out and I'm going to tap my intermediate champion in reserve and honorable mention in that order. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause for the tremendous quality they showed here this morning. Congratulations. 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 Well, that's a terrific group out here, but I think that I'm giving an advantage with these senior 3-year-olds. They've just had another calf, just a little more width through that front end today. When you get behind them, they got a little more width throughout all the way. But I love this milking yearling as well. I think has a bright future ahead of her. But these 2 senior 3-year-olds, what a tremendous mammary systems they both have. Also a tremendous breed character as well. But nothing to take away from that beautiful milking yearling for honorable mention. But let's give these champions another nice round of applause for a tremendous show they put on here this morning.
Our intermediate senior champion for the Holsteins goes to entry 237, class winner from class 15, senior 3-year-old cow class. Clover Hill Farm, ATWD, Angela E.T., Brett Woker, and Austin Featherston of Greenville, Illinois. The reserve intermediate senior champion goes to 234, second place in that same class, Butler View, After Sash April E.T., shown by Ryan Lauber of Union Grove, Wisconsin. In our honor group, or our honor mention, went to 172, first place in the milking yearling heifer class, RJR Sid 3273 ET, Connor Urbison of Lanark, Illinois. Now ready for 4-year-old cows, Holstein, 4-year-old cows, class number 18.
Okay.
What's this? So I don't worry what catalog you've got. You've got every animal.
We need Carson Haig of Wisconsin to come to the announcer's stand. Carson Haig of Wisconsin to the announcer's stand. We also would like to have Corey and Bridget Lutz, David Indris, Jeff Ziegler, or Herbie Lutz, and a member or members of the Charles Steer family to come to the announcer's stand and show ring for presentation of awards here for the performance class, the premier performance class.
Okay. You gonna give me time to check? I'll call it back in.
Do we know whether we've got all the animals queued up? Sean, can you find out if they know?
We got 20 cows showed up before you plus.
That's, they can't be paid unless they're here. So we have to know. Yeah. And we can calculate.
Use Brandon's word.
For our Jersey show, we need to have animals in class number 17, junior heifer calves, in the makeup area, please. Also ready to enter the ring for the Holstein show, class 18, our 4-year-old cows should be ready to enter the ring. In the makeup area as well, class 19, 5-year-old cows for the Holstein should be in the makeup area. Final call in the Holstein show for entry 245 and 253, the 4-year-old cow class, 245 of Brittany and Brooke Bennett, and 253 of Taylor Leach and Morgan Cabot. Final call for those two animals to the ring. For our Jersey show, there is a production award, and that goes to the owner of the top producing cow, regardless of age, based on USDA yield deviation for pounds protein. The winning animal had a 141 yield protein, or YD protein. The winner is from our junior 2-year-old class, entry 66, Dutch Hollow Sam Holloway, Megan Chittenden of Shattuck Landing, New York. Congratulations. That trophy is now being presented in the Jersey ring by Sunbow Jerseys, owned by Charles, Carol, Veronica, Eric, and Alex Steer of Cottage Grove, Tennessee.
Surely they're not going to send dry cows, are you?
We have our Collinsworth Award winner. That's who you just announced to come, and she's here. So at one point.
The Judy Collinsworth Outstanding Junior Exhibitor Memorial Award is being presented. Judy Collinsworth was the Executive Director of Member and Industry Relations at Holstein Association USA for 7 years. She was responsible for telemarketing, member-related programs, state association communications, member services, and external affairs. Judy spent a great deal of time working to improve and expand the programs available to youth. She was the driving force behind financial support for Holstein youth programs. Judy passed away in December of 1993. The $250 cash award is presented at all National Junior Holstein shows and recognizes youth exhibitors for their level of participation in youth programs, herdsmanship, and knowledge of cattle and agriculture. To date, over 150 individuals have been honored since the first award was made in 1994. It is the pleasure of the association to award the Judy Collinsworth Outstanding Junior Exhibitor Memorial Award at the 2014 Grand National Junior Holstein Show to Carson Haag of Wisconsin.
Daughter like got help. Now the district kilo is about $11,000.
This is final call for Class 19 5-year-old cows for the Holsteins to the makeup area. Final call to the makeup area, Class 19 5-year-old cows. Also, final call for class number 17. Class 17 for the Jersey Show, junior heifer calves to the makeup area. Final call.
Larry, the only sheet we have is where it has resisted by different Larry and Dixie and all that thing.
Following are the results of the Premier Performance Cow class for the All-American Junior Jersey Show. In 16th place, we have entry number 34, shown by Tucker Peterson of Mountain Grove, Missouri. In 15th place, entry number 2, Garrett Bohr of Dalhart, Texas. In 14th place, entry 93, Grant Doyle of Halfway, Missouri. In 234, Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. In 12th place, entry 75, Grant Frimstead of Westby, Wisconsin. In 11, entry 70, Tyler French, Newberry, South Carolina. 10, entry 83, Mary Ron of Sargent, Nebraska. In 9, 158, Patrick Yos of Ridgely, Maryland. In 8, 191, Ben Sauter of Tremont, Illinois. 7th place, 143. Exhibitor is Nate Smith, Chester, South Carolina. In 6th place, 152, Ben Sauter, Tremont, Illinois. 5 to 245, Jody Williams, McConnellsville, Ohio. 4th place, 175, Tab French, Newberry, South Carolina. 3rd place to 228, Jacob Morgan, Urbana, Ohio. In 2nd place, entry 236, Kilgus Action Courtney, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois. And our winner to entry 212, Alum Action Winsome, 33421, Trent Kilgus of Fairbury, Illinois. Congratulations to those class winners and individuals.
Also, that entrance 253 that's not here is listed as red, and we'll have that one.
Yeah, she is actually.
This time for the jerseys ready to bring into the ring, class number 17, junior heifer calves in the makeup area. Class 18, intermediate heifer calves should be in the makeup area. We have class 18 in the Holstein show in the ring. That's 4-year-old cows. We need class 19, 5-year-old cows in the makeup area.
I didn't write those. Didn't you write those? She got them.
Placing on our class number, our 4-year-old cow class for the Holsteins, class 18. First place goes to 259, Paul Farm Reuben Crimson Red, shown by Jordan and Brody Stokey. Jordan Stokey and Brody Brand of Milford, Indiana. Second place to 257, Clean Brook Ernie Valley, shown by Chris Schultz of Holland, Minnesota.
Another terrific class here, but the cow we're starting out with, she's a cow exhibits balance from end to end. She's also a best udder cow in the class. You get behind her, you got plenty of high, wide rear udder attachment. But she's just a little longer and snugger in her fore udder attachment today over the second place cow. But she's got that sharpness and daringness, the angular. She's longer from end to end. Gives me a little more drop and a little more openness to rib as well. Also cleaner in the pins today than the real beautiful cow coming out in second. You admire the second place cow. What a beautiful high, wide rear udder attachment she has. She's extremely straight in her lines. You admire the straightness across the top line that she has. Just like to make her just a little bit longer in that fore udder today. Like to clean her up, especially through the pins today, but you admire the hardness across the top that she has, and that and it follows with that high, wide rear udder attachment as well. She goes ahead of the cow coming out in third. You admire this third place cow. She's a silky, hidey cow. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular. Just a cow I'd like to, when she gets out here, she don't have the height and width to compete with our first two place cows. She also is not tracking us near as nice on her feet and legs today as on her first as our first two cows. But you admire the dairiness and the cleanliness she has. She's a little more deeper in her seam today She's also stronger across her top line today than the real dairy cow coming out in fourth. You admire the fourth place cow. Just recently fresh. Needs time to body down a little bit and give her a little more strength in that loin to get her any higher in the class. But a nice group of cows in our 4-year-old Holstein show.
Entry number 269 in the Holstein show, 5-year-old cows, 269. Gianna Coons, your class is entering the ring. Final call.
They're behind here. What do you got?
A turkey and a roast.
In class 17 of our Jersey show, these are junior heifer calves. Your class is in the ring. We're missing entries from 259, 265, 270, and 296. This is your last call. In the makeup area, we need calves in class 18. Intermediate heifer calves for the Jerseys should be in the makeup area. In the Holstein ring, we have class 19, 5-year-old cows in the ring. We need to have class number 20, aged cows, 6 years of age and older, in the makeup area, please. The rest of the placing on the class 18, the 4-year-old cow class, third place to 249, Brad Furman of Hoagland, Indiana. 4 to entry 248, Bryce Gingrich, S. Freeman, I. Stokes, and B. Freeman of Millersburg, Indiana. We'd like to have David Norman or Jessica Peters or another representative of the Pennsylvania Jersey Cattle Association for trophy presentation to come down by the ring desk. The sponsor of today's junior heifer calf class in the All-American Junior Jersey Show is the Pennsylvania Jersey Cattle Association.
Are you doing this all with the show? Or just yesterday? The guy that normally does all this, that's the beef catcher. No, I go over to do sheep. That's where I'm supposed to be. Oh! I'm just a... But I've been before for the last 2 days. Trying to decide which of those I need to do one of those two. Well, I need to do both of them, but my priorities are getting real close to the lap. I would say and the bladder and lap.
Jersey exhibitors 259, 265, and 296. Those are junior heifer calves. Your class is in the ring and making the circle. This is your last opportunity to get in here for this class. While we're at it, we do need to have class 18 intermediate heifer calves ringside in the makeup area.
started.
Final call for class number 20 of the Holstein Show. Aged cows 6 years of age and over. Final call to the makeup area, class 20 for the Holsteins. We need the following animals for class 20 of the Holstein Show. 276, 275, and 279 need to be in the makeup area now. Final call. On class 19 of the Holstein Show, our 5-year-old cow class, first place goes to entry 272, Textine Advent Jocelyn, Jordan Stuckey of Milford, Indiana. Second place, 269, Gleneal Goldwyn Flirt, E.T., Gianna Coons, Dyersville, Iowa.
Jersey makeup, scratches.
Another terrific cow class here. The cow we're starting out to this class, when you get behind her, what a beautiful high, wide rear udder attachment. She's a cow with an amazing frame. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular. You love the openness, the sweep to the rib that she has. But also, this cow just walks out on a tremendous set of feet and legs. That's what gets ahead of the cow in second. You admire the second place cow. Follows with that sharpness and dariness. She's angular. She's high in her chine. as well to follow our first place gal. She just don't have the spring and depth and openness of rib when you get behind her. She don't have the length throughout, also the width throughout as well. She's also not as snug in her fore udder attachment. She don't have the height and width at the top of the rear udder today. But you love the sharpness and dariness, the angularity that she does have. Cow coming out in third. I told this young lady she's only been recently here fresh. You admire this cow. She's a cow, a lovely side view cow. You admire the frame that she has. When she gets in line, she's not as sharp and clean as our two cows above her. She don't have the height and width at the top of the rear udder. To give this cow another 60 days, she can challenge for that top spot. Cow coming out in fourth. You admire this cow with that sharpness and dariness. Cow just like to strengthen her up in that loin. Also change how she handles them rear legs as well, but you admire the sharpness and dariness, the angularity. I'm giving her advantage. She's a little snugger in her fore attachment, a little more nice venation. She also has a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder over our fifth place cow, but a nice group of cows in our 5-year-old class.
Rounding out the placing on Class 19 Holstein 5-year-olds, third place to 267. Hayden and Michaela King of West Liberty, Ohio. 4 to 270. Olivia Telgman of Strasburg, Illinois. 5 to 266. Jessica Telgman, Strasburg, Illinois. And 6 to 271. Cassie Fonts of Lorganer, Louisiana.
Call 275 and 276. For the classes in the ring.
Class number 20, Holstein age cows, is in the ring. Entry 275 and 276. Your class is in the ring at this time.
276 is coming in.
At this time, we need animals in the Holstein class number 21, dry cow, in the makeup area. Dry cow, class 21, in the makeup area. Exhibitors in that class, please note there's only 3 animals in the class ahead of you, so you need to come to the makeup area now. Class 21, dry cow, Holstein, to the makeup area now. Final call for cows in the Holstein class number 21, dry cow class, to be in the makeup area. Final call. In class number 20 of our Holstein show, aged cows 6 years of age and over, first place goes to entry 276, Miss Show Low Key Rosalie E.T., shown by Cannon and Coons, Dyersville, Iowa. Second to 278, Sunrose Delaney, shown by Bryce and Bryant Gingrich of Millersburg, Indiana. Third place goes to 279, Nicholas Schuster of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
Another terrific class here in our Holstein show. Here in this age cow class, the cow has had 6 calves. You admire this cow for having 6 calves. She's sharp, she's dairy, she's angular, but she's also a cow. You admire the snugness of fore-udder attachment. You admire the levelness of fours to rears today. She's also so much harder across her top, a little more length throughout over the real beautiful high, wide rear udder cow coming out in third. You admire the third place cow. The cow has had 4 calves. I just like to level her from fours to rears a little nicer to follow our first place cow, but when you get behind her, what a beautiful high, wide rear udder attachment she has. You love the hardness across the top to follow our first place cow. Just like to see her a little bit longer to compete with our first place cow as well. But she moves a little more freer today on her feet and legs today. She's snugger in her fore-udder attachment. I'm giving her an advantage. She's also got a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder. The third place cow is the cow's almost made 200,000. You admire this cow. Is 12 years old, and the cow looks this good yet and has made this much milk, but a nice group of aged cows in our Holstein show.
They did.
Yeah.
Well, she did. Unless she's got her cheeks in your room.
So I said, well,
Now showing our single entry in class 21 of the Holstein show, dry cow.
Class 24.
yeah.
Right cow.
I didn't have to go very far.
Sandy Jackson. Reserve Sandy Jackson.
Thank you.
Then breastfed. Right. Sandy Jackson.
At this time in the makeup area for the Holsteins, we need Our class winners and second place animals from 18, 19, 20, and 21. That's entry number 259, 257, 272, and 269, 276, and 278. And this class winner, 281 of our dry cow class. 281 is Fine Line View Brockman Bumble, shown by Anna Marie Settles of Clayton, Indiana.
This is a single entry here in our dry cow class. You admire the cow for her frame. She's extremely long-bodied. You admire the uphill run that she has. And also a cow walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs and a beautiful dry mammary system as well.
Now ready to show senior champion and reserve senior champion female. So we'll need the first and second place animals of classes 18, 19, 20, and that first place animal of class 21 in the ring at this time. Following that, we'll show best animal bred and owned if needed. And then we'll do grand champion and reserve grand champion female. At this time in the makeup area, we do need to have our intermediate senior champion, entry 237, and our reserve intermediate senior champion, 234, in the makeup area. We also would like to have our junior champion and reserve junior champion females, entry 49 and 135 in the makeup area. Entry 49 and 135, our junior champion and reserve junior champion. Our intermediate senior champion and reserve intermediate senior champion, 237 and 234, should be in the makeup area.
What's your plans this evening? You're free after that.
Final call for animals in class number 18, Jersey Intermediate Heifer Calves to the makeup area. Final call for class 18 of the Jersey show, Intermediate Heifer Calves should be in the makeup area. At this time on the Holsteins as well in the makeup area, we need the class winning bred and owned animals and their exhibitors to be in the makeup area. Best animal bred and owned from all the class winners. Those designated as bred and owned at the highest placing as we recorded them in the makeup area, please.
Okay. 87. Yeah.
So, Larry, do I need that 67? Which was the junior Well, I called the junior champion. Those animals for the bred and owned honors would be entry number 67 from our junior portion of the show, and then 168, 187, 286, and 236 are the ones that we're going to need back in the ring to show for our best animal bred and owned. Again, those numbers: 67, 168, 187, 286, and 236.
Larry, you gave me 210 when you read those off. It's not supposed to be back.
Because we don't use them. So, 273. I have 285. So that the answer has the lady
It's 210 supposed to come back.
Instead of?
Oh, instead of 286.
We do have a correction on that. 210 is supposed to be back, not 286 from class 14. 210 rather than 286.
Horses look I do too. She's one of mine. I picked her. One of the cute ones.
I thought I didn't.
I think he's dead.
I think he's
In our class number 17 of the Jersey Show, our junior heifer calf class, first place goes to 273 DKG Motion Buttermilk, shown by Meredith Hagman of Sydney, Ohio. The second place animal in that class, 285 Madman Sweetness, shown by Allison Macy of Wartrace, Tennessee.
Well, really a nice group of March calves here to start out our afternoon in the heifer show. And what a sweet, sweet calf we have to come to the top of the class here. Just a calf that's got it all put together today. When she got herself leading here, she's just so ultra balanced. She's not the largest calf in the class, but she's got that beautiful foot and leg. She tracks out nice and straight. The way she handles herself out on the move, she holds her top line a little nicer. Touch more level from hooks to pins, a little wider from hooks to pins when you view her from the rear. And a real similar heifer following in second. Heifer in second, you love that upstanding frame that she has, the high arch to her back, a real hard loin to heifer. A heifer when she gets on the move here. Just a little nicer side view for heifer for us. Holds herself together a little better, just tracks a little nicer, a little squarer on her hind legs when you view her from the rear. Then the ultra dairy calf coming in third. Heifer in third, you just love that beautiful dairy frame she has, the extreme quality she possesses. Just a little nicer about the sweep to her fore and rear rib, a little wider back through the pin set. Then the real straight line calf we had to follow in fourth. Heifer in fourth, just a real lovely balanced heifer. Not the largest heifer in the class, but she tracks out tremendously on her feet and legs. Just moves a little freer on those hind legs. Then the real big calf we have coming in fifth. Heifer in fifth here, you love that, the upstanding frame she has, the length from end to end, the size and scale she possesses. Just like to see her chiseled off a little more right over the top line to move her up today, but she uses that advance, just a little more power throughout over the real feminine quality calf we have following in sixth.
Out here selecting senior champion. Just been a great cow show. Started here this morning and we're getting into the afternoon now. We're out here for senior champion. We pulled our first prize 4-year-old our first prize 5-year-old, and our first and second prize age cows. Cows that have stood the test of time and have all have had more than 4 calves. You admire the mammary systems on these cows, and also cows will walk with tremendous set of feet and legs as well. I'll go out and tap my senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. But let's give all these junior exhibitors a tremendous round of applause for a tremendous quality they showed here today.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well, this 5-year-old does it for me today. When you get behind her, man, what a beautiful high, wide rear udder attachment. She's a cow. You admire the frame on this cow. She's ultra dairy, but also what a tremendous set of feet and legs that this cow has. She goes over our age cow. You admire this age cow. Cow maybe not as sharp and dairy when you get behind her. She don't have the height and width of rear udder, but you admire the uphill run to follow with that frame. And the cow also has an incredible mammary system as well, just maybe not the height and width to follow our 5-year-old. Gets a little closer placing for honorable mention, but I'm going to go with that 4-year-old. When you get behind her, you admire the high, wide rear udder attachment. Just like to see her handle her rear legs to get ahead of this age cow, but a beautiful ultra dairy cow here for honorable mention. Nothing to take away from our second prize age cow, a cow that has stood the test of time. Just like to level from 4s to rears, but a beautiful cow that also has stood the test of time. So that's a great group of champions out here.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, the age cow. He finally turned where I could see it. It's not right. So 272, 276, and 259. Correct. For on. These names in these.
Senior champion for the Holsteins goes to entry 272, first out of the 5-year-old cow class, Textine Advent Jocelyn, shown by Jordan Stokey of Milford, Indiana. Second, or the reserve to 276. 276 was out of the age cow 6 years and older class, Miss Sokolo KC Rosalie E.T. Cannon, and Coons, shown by from Dyersville, Iowa. The honorable mention goes to entry 259, our class winner from the 4-year-old cow class, 18, Paul Farm Reuben, Crimson Red, shown by Jordan Stokey and Brody Brand of Milford, Indiana. Now ready to show the best animal bred and owned, and then we'll do our grand champion and reserve grand champion. We do need our senior champion in reserve, intermediate senior champion in reserve, and our junior champion and reserve ringside in the makeup area at this time, unless they're showing in the bred and owned class that's next.
Bread and omelet.
I can only find 2 for bread and omelet. Well, the other showed up.
That's what it is. I mean, it's supposed to go the way of
Finishing the placing of class number 17 for the Jersey Show, our junior heifer calf class. Third goes to 289, Allison Macy of Wartrace, Tennessee. 4 to 283, Janelle Remington of Juneau, Wisconsin. 5 to 281, Jillian Swafford of Eatonton, Georgia. 6 to 290, Kayla Washoe of Cecil, Wisconsin. 7 to 267, Ross Andre of Washington, Ohio. 8 to 287, Sophia Bolenbacher of Argus, Indiana. 9 to 297, Anna Hahn of Linwood, Kansas. And 10 to 111, Austin Newman of Norwalk, Wisconsin.
Gianna, the G. Because it's got to be exactly the same to be read no.
For the jerseys, we're currently showing Class 18 intermediate heifer calves. In the makeup area, we need to have Class 19 senior heifer calves in the makeup area now.
You know, it's got to be exactly.
He said it wasn't.
Out here in our best bred known, we have our two young cows out here. This white cow, I think she does it for me today. She's a cow you admire the mammary system. She's a little higher and wider in her rear attachment, give her advantage. She's a little snugger in her forward attachment. Also, she's a little stronger across her top line today than a beautiful milking yearling here in second in this class. But a nice group of cows out here for our best bred known of our show.
Our best animal bred known goes to entry 187 out of the junior 2-year-old cow class. Class number 12, 187 is Lehigh View Sanchez Dynamite, shown by Jordan Griffin of Union Bridge, Maryland.
Very diverse team. That's good. How'd you go to?
I think him and Dave's going to cry.
Now ready to show Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion female. We'll need the Senior Champion in Reserve, the Intermediate Senior Champion in Reserve, and the Junior Champion in Reserve in the ring at this time. That's entries number 272 and 276, 237 and 234, and entries 49 and 135.
I told Dave a while ago, I said, the only thing all the hope that I have is this. Last Saturday,
Jersey senior heifer calves, second call to the makeup area.
Larry, when I get a state road form, do I bring that to
Holstein exhibitors, at the conclusion of the class that's in the ring, you'll have 10 minutes to get your state herd forms in. We've sent herd forms back to the makeup area. State herd forms are due 10 minutes after the conclusion of the class that's in the ring. Following the class that's in the ring for our overall grand champion female and reserve, we will go to showmanship. Showmanship class will be in the makeup area, junior division, 9 to 12-year-olds. That'll be your first class.
Until now. His patience is worn off.
Well, it's been a terrific Holstein show. Just great group of cattle all the way down, starting from our young calves today all the way to our mature cows. We have our junior champion and reserve junior champion, two heifers that are peas in a pod. You admire that junior champion. What a beautiful open rib that she has. A heifer walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs. You admire the depth and openness rib. And then our reserve junior champion, admire the uphill run, the size and scale and the stretch that she has as well. Then we get into our beautiful two senior 3-year-olds that were intermediate and reserve intermediate champion. Two cows I like a lot, and I think it was the toughest placing I had all day today was in that class. Just great group of cows. Cows that exhibit daringness, angularity, cows with tremendous, beautiful high, wide rear udder attachments, cows that also track around on a nice set of feet and legs. Then we get to our 5-year-old and our age cow, two cows that were senior champion and reserve senior champion of our mature cow show. A beautiful 5-year-old. You admire this cow. A lovely frame, but she also had that beautiful high, wide rear udder attachment. A cow that walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs. And then our reserve senior champion, a cow that has stood the test of time. She's hard top. She's a cow also with an incredible memory system as well. I'll go out and I'll tap my grand champion reserve and honorable mention that order. But let's give all these juniors a tremendous round of applause for a tremendous show they put on here this afternoon.
Holstein exhibitors, your next class is your state herd class. It is a lead out class. State herd lead out class will be your next class, and then we'll go into showmanship after that.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
It's a great group of cows, but when you have a 5-year-old that you admire the straightness across the top line, and she has an incredible memory system. When you get behind her, she's got the highest and widest rear udder attachment. She's got the definition of seam, but she's also a cow that walks with a tremendous set of feet and legs as well. Over our 3-year-old, she's a little stronger across her top line. When you get behind her, she got a little more height and width today in that rear udder, which the 3-year-old's got an amazing rear udder as well. then for honorable mention, that beautiful 3-year-old, you admire this cow. I'd just like to strengthen her up in the crops, change how she handles them rear legs, but a beautiful memory system on her as well. Let's give these champions another nice round of applause for the tremendous show they put on this afternoon.
Grand champion Holstein female goes to our senior champion winner, entry 272, Techstein Advent Jocelyn, shown by Jordan Stuckey of Milford, Indiana. 237 reserve champion goes to our intermediate senior champion, entry 237 out of class number 15, Clover Hill Farm ATWD Angela E.T., shown by Brett Walker and Austin Featherston, Greenville, Illinois. Now ready for state herds. State herds. We want to remind you, you must have filled out one of the state herd forms if you're coming out for state herd class.
Yes, there is. The Larry, he kind of
making sure they have their social security number on too,
On those state herd forms, those exhibitors must also have their social security number on those forms.
Dan? Yeah. Friends of Page Directions from
Now ready for Holstein State Herd class. State herd entries into the ring, please.
We're still on class 18.
Final call for animals in the Jersey class number 19 senior heifer calves to the makeup area. Final call. Final call for junior showmanship exhibitors to be in this show ring makeup area. Holstein Junior Division of Showmanship, you should be in the makeup area. Holstein Junior Showman.
Make the exhibitors come get first.
I have no idea.
Here's the laptop.
This one is not with the Holstein Scout. Okay, you want me in charge of that one?
Out here for state herd, two extremely nice groups out here. The group I'm starting out with, just a little more maturity. They have a couple class winners out here in their group. And also they had the advantage, they have another cow in their group over our second prize group. Myers second prize group with a straightness across the top line. Just like to see a little more maturity today to compete with our first prize group, but two nice groups out here for state herd.
Where are you going to leave this? None of this is mine.
No, I would on
On his rank, ball game.
I would put them at
What's the rank?
I don't have anything.
State herd. Break your top line.
Yes.
People.
Yes.
Chucky not come out?
Okay.
What was it, Larry?
Whatever works.
Larry?
I don't have one place up there.
Oh, there was two state herders.
Okay, they left then.
Which second?
Brandon just bring in junior
Marla.
showman. Junior showman.
There you are.
Our junior state herd results, first place goes to Indiana. Second place goes to Kentucky. We're now ready for junior showmanship. Junior division showmanship to the ring, please.
10-21-10. 9:46 to go in the second.
Didn't anybody jump in? You know he's going to
Are you going back there?
Yeah.
Final call for Jersey Class 19 Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup area. This is your last call to the makeup area. In our class number 18 of our Junior Jersey show, these are intermediate heifer calves. First place goes to Meadow Ridge Bart Saucy ET, shown by Alea Anderson, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Second place to Gil Bar Encore Adel, entry 328, Janelle Remington of Juneau, Wisconsin.
Really a great class of December calves here right down the line, 10, 15 deep. We've got just outstanding calves the whole way through here. And what a beautifully balanced calf we have to start the class. Again, not the largest heifer in the class, but a heifer that's just cut like a diamond. She's got that high chine, that beautiful dairy sweep to her rib. You love the depth and the width she possesses. A heifer that's hard to take your eyes off of when she circles the ring. She just parades around so nice. And we give her that advantage. She's just a little nicer back through the hooks and pins, a little neater about the tail setting. Then the pale colored calf coming in second. Heifer in second, you love the size and scale. She possesses another calf that has that tremendous midsection. She's a heifer that tracks out extremely well on her legs. Maybe just like to see her flex her hock a touch bit nicer to get her over the first calf. But she uses that advantage. Just the way she moves, the way she holds herself together, a little more nearly level from hooks to pins. Just a little more balanced the whole way through. Over the real streamlined calf coming in third. Heifer in third, you really love the upstandingness of her, the length that she possesses from end to end. She's a heifer when you get her in line here, you get right behind her. You prefer the width she has from the hooks to pins. Just a little cleaner right up over that chine region. Just a little nicer and flatter down through the bone of her leg today. And the real well-balanced calf in fourth. Heifer in fourth, another heifer, not the largest in the class, but so well put together, extremely straight line, not a hole winner. You love the hardness of the top line here. A heifer we prefer when she gets out on the move. She's a little more nearly level from hooks to pins, just tracks out a little straighter on her hind legs and places her feet down a little nicer than a real big calf coming in fifth. Heifer in fifth, you really love the size and scale, the angularity she has. Just a heifer that maybe falls apart a touch bit out on the move. You love her in line, but she uses that advantage. Just a little more power, a little cleaner the whole way through than the balanced calf we have following in sixth.
Attention, red and white exhibitors. We are beginning our Holstein showmanship classes. We have 3 classes of Holstein showmanship. We're on the first class, junior showmanship. At this time, it does appear that we will not be beginning your show at 1:30 as previously advertised. However, we will begin the red and white show with spring heifer calves, class 1, immediately following the conclusion of the Holstein showmanship classes.
In this number will be. Well, okay. This is not total check-in. This is what we printed in the book. And out of that, there were 5 in the red show, so it had 100 that was in our book that didn't show up that was in there in the red show. 140 checked in. 140.
Rounding out the placing on our class number 18 from our Jersey show, the intermediate heifer calves. Third place went to entry 311, Seth Woods of Readyville, Tennessee. 4 to 332, Colin Washoe of Cecil, Wisconsin. 5 to 304, Blake Gruey of Quincy, Ohio. 6th place to 343, George Colpetzer of Greenville, Pennsylvania. 7 to 337, Regina Posey of Petaluma, California. 8 to 329, Kyle McGuire, West Liberty, Ohio. 9 to 335, Kayla Wasso of Cecil, Wisconsin. And 10 to 336, Renee Perrick of Prairie du Sac, Wisconsin.
Yes, go, run.
There should be no red and whites in our show unless it's a special
In the makeup areas at this time, we have Class 19 in the ring for the Jersey show. We need in the makeup area Class 20, Summer Junior Yearling Heifers, into the makeup area, please. For the Holsteins, we need intermediate showman class in the makeup area at this time.
No, he's going to take 5. Our girl that was here.
Yes, ma'am.
Last year. Told him to do this time. Jody. She complained last year because we only get one bowl. She was going to send on
The Queens?
Yeah.
That's about it.
Especially
Just recognizing those sponsors for each class. I've done your overall sponsors twice.
About that?
Haven't done those.
Okay, so let's put these these. So what we got here, obviously that, and particularly because it's time to buy tickets.
Okay.
They need to get after that. That would be okay. Maybe it's different. Obviously, you talk about that in general. We're doing a program on Jersey Youth Academy, 10 o'clock here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and
Junior banquet will begin at 7:30 in South Wing C Conference Center, rooms 201 and 202 in the C concourse on the second floor. Parents and other folks interested in attending can purchase tickets at the Jersey booth on the main aisle near the sale cattle. They encourage you to do that as early as possible and get those tickets so planning can be taken care of. The National Jersey Youth Awards, the Jersey Scholarships totaling $17,000 will be awarded during the junior banquet tonight. The winners of the National Jersey Youth Achievement and Production Contest will also be honored, and they'll receive more than $3,000 in cash awards. The National Jersey Queen Contest will be held this evening during the junior banquet as well. Tomorrow, worship services will be held at 9 a.m. in New Market Hall. Also, the Jersey Youth Academy informational session will be held tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in the West Hall, room W5. This is an event to learn more about applying for the 2015 class of the Jersey Youth Academy. Selection of the Junior Supreme Champions will be at noon here in Freedom Hall tomorrow. The Grand Champion cows from 6 major dairy cattle shows will compete for the title of Supreme Champion Cow and a $2,000 cash prize. The champion heifers from those shows will vie for a Supreme Champion heifer status of $500. The National Jersey Jug Futurity Show will be held tomorrow, Sunday, with the cows entering the ring at 1 o'clock here in Freedom Hall. They will compete for a total prize money of $11,315 with a check of at least $1,780 to be awarded to the winner. Mike Berry of Albany, Oregon will be the judge, and Frank Robinson of Lodi, Wisconsin will serve as consultant. The 62nd and All-American Jersey Sale begins at 4:30 tomorrow in West Hall Sale Arena, Room B. Be sure to be there for the pre-sale social, which begins at 3:30.
Or you did the bread. Yeah, I got it. Okay, we're good. What I'm doing is just trying to make sure that okay, so we haven't
Quite the Diana
Final call for intermediate showmen for the Holstein Junior Show to the makeup area. Final call for them to the makeup area. Also, this is final call for class number 20, Summer Junior Yearling Heifers for the Junior Jersey Show to be in the makeup area.
That's all right. Use what you got and I'll find them on there.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Just
How's the weather outside?
Out here in our junior showmanship, we got outstanding showmen. They told me I had to try to pull 5. I did pull a little more extra out here. I think they all did a terrific job. I went down and gave them all a few pointers to sort themselves to win a showmanship down the road. And these are all terrific showmen, and you know your breed is in good shape when you have a great youth out here in our junior showmanship. The young lady that wins this class, I think it's a rather close placing here at the top. I just think she's a little more relaxed. She's just a little quicker switching her rear feet. She also keeps the head carriage up a little nicer compared to the young lady with the cow. Young lady with the cow, she knows where the judge is at all times. She does a terrific job. She's excited to be out here, but she switches them rear feet extremely quick. Just at times, maybe just gets that head up just a tick higher than I'd like for her to be, but she does a terrific job. Young man here in third has done a terrific job all day as well. Him and that heifer work extremely well together. Just done a terrific job. I like how he switches them rear feet, keeps the head carriage up extremely well. Young lady coming out here in fourth also does a terrific job. She keeps the head carriage. Cow was getting a little tired, but she's a terrific showman, going to win some showmanships down the road. Young man here coming out in fifth done an outstanding job as well. Just like for him to maybe have the attention of the judge at times, he just loses maybe his focus, but he does a terrific job of switching them rear feet and keeping his heifer together. Young lady coming out here in sixth is always got a smile on her face. She likes to show her heifer and does an outstanding job. Young man here coming out in seventh has had a workout all day, done a terrific job. Never gets down. He just sticks with it all the time. So let's give all these showmanship winners and the participants a nice round of applause for a tremendous job they've done.
I did our 4 minutes ago. Their defense can't play today. Oh, no, they're here.
In Holstein Junior Showmanship Division, 5th place went to Hayden King of Ohio. 4, Jordan Griffin of Maryland. 3rd to Walker Benkin of Nebraska. 2nd to Lila Sloan of Illinois. And our class winner was Marissa Top of Ohio.
I was sure that name Marissa. M-A-R-I-S-S-A. Marissa.
Yes.
Be letting them get done We've got a 3:30 and 4. Their shoes is a
3.
We'd like to have a representative of the Tennessee Junior Jersey Cattle Club for trophy presentation down at the photo backdrop. Sponsor of today's senior heifer calf class at the All-American Junior Jersey Show is the Tennessee Junior Jersey Cattle Club. In Class 19, our top two placers. First place goes to entry 346, Bellings Grove Brianna, Samantha Cohen of Monroe, New Hampshire. Second place to 365, Meadow Ridge Spicy Hot Angie, Alea Anderson, Cumberland, Wisconsin.
Well, we're really a great class of fall calves here, and like we said in the last class, 15 deep. They're just good calf after good calf, and what a nice group here we got in the top 6, and just a beautifully balanced heifer to start this class. A mid-October heifer, a heifer that we're not afraid to admit it's not the largest heifer in the class, but she's just so correct. A heifer that's so precise in her movement, the way she tracks on her front and rear legs. A heifer that just, when she glides around the ring, she has no holes in her. She's got that uphill run. She's got that nice A-frame, the beautiful drop and sweep to her rib. You love the stretch that she has from end to end. And she's just a little cleaner and flatter bone the whole way through over the real strong calf we have in second. Heifer in second, you love the size and scale, the power she possesses. A heifer that's got a little more of that chiseled dairy look to her, especially when you view her on the side view up through the head and neck, out over the shoulder. Then the real rugged calf coming in third. Heifer in third, you love the strength, the width, the capacity she has through her midsection. A heifer for us today, just a little more stretch, a little more drop to her fore rib, a little more openness the whole way through, especially back through the rear flank over the real straight lined heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, you really admire that size and scale, the length from end to end. A heifer's just got a little more stretch from head to tail, a little more of that flash when she gets on the side view here over the real well-balanced calf coming in fifth. Heifer in fifth, just a lovely balanced heifer. Not the largest heifer in the class, but she's got that width back through the hooks and pins. She's a heifer that tracks out so nicely. You love the length up through the head and neck, and just a little more natural openness and stretch over the real similar heifer we have to follow out in sixth.
Entering the ring now for the Jersey Show is class number 20, Summer Junior Yearling Heifers. Summer Junior Yearling Heifers entering the ring now. First call to Jersey exhibitors in class 21, Junior Yearling Heifers, to the makeup area. The rest of the placings on class number 19 for the Jersey Show, senior heifer calves. Third place goes to 352, Grace Hagman of Sydney, Ohio. 4 to entry 480, George Kulpetzer of Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 384, Caitlin Taylor, Allenwood, Pennsylvania. 6 to 354, Lauren Young, Chalace was Washington. 7 to 377, Holly Oberick, Plymouth, Wisconsin. 8 to 370, Jacob Klein, Myerstown, Pennsylvania. 9 to 371, Jesse Klein, Myerstown, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 380, Cheyenne Huey of Stitzer, Wisconsin.
you of Boone County.
No, coleslaw. Stuart. No.
You requested that last night too.
And they came right, didn't
They
they?
burnt the heck out of his and brought mine raw.
Hey, you know what they did? Hey, Larry was there, wasn't he, Larry? When I got those, they're just waiting to
In the Holstein makeup area, we need senior showmanship contestants. Senior showmanship contestants to the Holstein makeup ring. Also, for the Jersey makeup area, we need entries in class number 21, junior yearling heifers, into the makeup area.
Do I need to say y'all separate
35-24 for us.
Hey,
35-16.
This is final call for Jersey Junior Yearlings, class number 21, to be in the makeup area. Final call.
I don't think she can.
Out here in our intermediate showmanship, we had a terrific showman all the way down the line. You know, any one of these will probably win showmanships at a national level down the road. But I think this young man, he just done a terrific job. He didn't miss a beat all day out here in showmanship class. He was just extra special. We went from side to side. He's as quick as anybody switching the rear feet. He keeps the head carriage up. He knows where the judge is at all times, and he's very relaxed at halter. Young man here in second, also done a terrific job. A heifer that has a tendency to try to get them rear legs a little bit behind her, and he wasn't as quick at switching them rear feet, but he knows where the judge is at all times. A terrific head carriage. Young lady coming out here in third, also done a terrific job. Her and that heifer work extremely well together. Young man here coming out in fourth, he also does an outstanding job. Just a heifer is a little tricky. Sometimes she has a tendency to get them rear legs a little stretched out on him. But young lady here coming out here in fifth, also done an outstanding job. Nothing to take away from the young man in sixth, so it just needs to be a little quicker switching them rear feet and move up several spots. Nothing to take away from our group out here. All tied for seventh. They also done an outstanding job. So let's give all these showmanship winners and participants a nice round of applause for a tremendous job they've done.
No.
this time, we're bringing in senior showmanship for the Holstein show. Finishing up class number 20 over on the Jersey show, the summer junior yearlings. So you should have junior yearling heifers in the makeup area at this time, class 21. Also, we'd like to have a representative of Spruce Row Farm to come to the Jersey ring for preparation for a trophies presentation. The sponsor of today's summer yearling heifer class, the one that's in the ring right now, here at the All-American Junior Jersey Show, is Spruce Row Farm of Pennsylvania. Red and white exhibitors, the final class of our Holstein show, is in the ring at this time. That's our senior showmanship. We'd ask that class 1 of the Mid-East Fall Red and White Junior Show please come to the makeup area. That's spring heifer calves to the makeup area now. Red and white spring heifer calves to the makeup area, please. From our intermediate showmanship class for the Junior Holstein show, 5th place goes to Victoria Deem of Ohio, 4 to Brianna Top of Ohio, 3rd to Kristen Beckhart of Michigan, 2nd to Brandon Sugg of Ohio, and our winner, Eric Mosser of Michigan.
You just have to wait it out.
Where they go? Heifers went all the way.
He's Brian at U of L.
It took 3 minutes to put the heifer. She just like it.
She's done.
It wasn't just down on her knees. She went all the way down. No, she's still in there.
The Jersey flop is what we refer to it as. I actually had a vet ask me as a geneticist, could we do something about that, please? Yeah. Take it out of the beans.
Seriously, Stuart.
I called them makeup area. I figured you were serious. Yeah, I'll be serious too. I asked if I could.
We got 2, so we got half. This thing go fast. I only got 4 shots.
We have sheets on there. Got it.